with harmony. AVIAKUL has been established by young aviation professionals and business leaders with years of market experience with the sole agenda of pioneering the transformation to bring self-reliance in Indian aviation system. AVIAKUL's mission is to bridge the knowledge gap through its outreach activities such as workshops, conferences, seminars such as these, hence promoting aviation awareness at the grassroots level. Organizing conferences of international nature addressing the issue in the capital of India will motivate and promote the zeal to invent cutting-edge technologies and make India a global leader in defining the path for the said industry. Sustainability can be resonated with even the smallest of attitudes and expressions. If art cannot go well with science, then what's the point of being human after all? Art is unquestionably one of the purest and highest elements in human happiness. It trains the mind through the eye and the eye through the mind. As the sun colors the flower, so does art color life. We have a wonderful, heart-throbbing performance by Srimati Arunima Ghosh. Arunima Ghosh is an Odissi dancer, choreographer, and founder of Manasi School of Dance. She is disciple of Guru Monalisha Ghosh and Guru Sharon Law. Arunima has performed in solo and group performance in various festivals and stages across the country. We look forward to being immersed in your performance, Arunima. If you can share a couple of words about your performance, please, the stage is yours.
Namaskar, good morning. I'm really humbled and delighted to be part of this beautiful program. Today I will be presenting Mangalacharan. Mangal Acharan. I believe that any good word is Mangalacharan. But shuru kabhi shuru hota hai. So I'm just honored to do the Mangalacharan of a Mangalacharan. I personally let me tell you one thing. As a dancer, day one, we learn Bhumi Pranam, which is salutation to Mother Earth. And that very first day, we learn how important this Mother Earth is and how important the nature is. So I'm really, really thrilled and humbled and happy to be part of such program. The dance piece I'll be doing today is Saraswati Vandana. It starts with Saraswati Vandana, followed by Bhumi Pranam, and then Ganesh Vandana, and then Sabha Pranam, which is Pranam to the audience, you beautiful people. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Arunima. As James Turner once said, it is only when we are no longer fearful that we begin to create. You were absolutely stunning. Now, the Global Sustainable Aviation Conclave is a two-day conference that started with yesterday's inaugural session, where a lot of dignitaries from armed forces, veterans, defense, research organizations, academicians, education institutions were present. We had a series of intense discussions that started with how military education and its relevance to national building can play a vital role in shaping up the nation's future. So as a continuation of the Global Sustainable Aviation Conclave, today we are approaching the core theme. Now, moving on to the opening remarks, I request Dr. Mona Puri ma'am, Chief Executive Officer, United Group of Institution, to deliver a few words of her thoughts. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot, MOC, for giving me this opportunity for the opening remarks. First of all, I would like to thank, we call him Weber, but it's Weber Varun from AVIAKUL, for hosting this type of a conference, because as it said, these events majorly create awareness. And I, not being a part of aviation industry, I was sitting with all the dignitaries present over here. It's just a journey, what I have lived with Varun. And now I'm learning aviation too. Thank you, Varun, for that. And for me, I believe that life is a learning lesson every day. This is what I've learned from him. The topic, as it says, I'm not talking about sustainability in aviation only. It happens in everything. It can be any relation. It can be your existence. And this is why I'm over here. ये प्रकृति मिली है हमें, ये हमारी नहीं. ये प्रकृति मिली है हमें, ये हमारी नहीं. ये आने वाली पीढ़ियों की है. ये उनकी है अमानत, जो उनके हकदार हैं. हम तो सिर्फ यहाँ के उनके किराएदार हैं. And this is what sustainable development means for me. It has to be in all the fields. No matter it's aviation or anything else, we are going to give back to the society. And these type of conclaves and conferences help us to understand the importance of sustainability. We cannot stop developing, we have to. I being born and brought up in Allahabad, and at that moment it was only the train working from Allahabad overnight journey to Delhi. And now it's like a number of flights and we cannot stop. Earlier the flights were just a dream. The airports were a dream. But now you go to the Delhi airport, you will find people from all backgrounds over there. Everybody has a dream now going abroad. What is it? The answer is you people sitting over here. But if you people start hosting these type of things where we feel that yes, with development, it has to be sustainable development, the world is yours. No matter, I got this opportunity to give back to the society when I met the great, you must all be knowing him, Super 30 Anand Sir, whose movie was also released in 2018, I believe. The thought came from there that yes, we have to give back to the society, no matter. The MOC said that yes, I am heading a United Group of Institutions, which again is a legacy. I am blessed with a joint family. It's the family which I am just giving it back to the society. The education system. There are engineering courses where I can see the students sitting over here. This aviation is a new vertical. It's not only aeroplanes or aircrafts, yet it's a drones also. Now everything is growing. कहते हैं ना, जमीन को तो हमने कॉन्कर कर लिया, अब हम आसमान को भी कॉन्कर करेंगे. And that is what the drones are doing it. But everything has a side effect. And if we take it in a positive manner, and साथ साथ अपने कर्मों को कुछ हम ऐसे भी करते जाएं कि जहां हम थोड़ी सी खराबी कर रहे हैं वहां कुछ बीज बिछाते जाएं, तो आने वाली नस्लों को वो बीज पेड़ बन के मिलेंगे. तो शायद जो अभी आपका MOC and whatever the whole day conclave will have, there's a greenhouse, the carbon dioxide, the fuel, there's so many things. And now aviation is also going to do that. There are emissions, there are many problems after this, but we should not stop because of that. We have to grow, but ऐसा ना लगे कि growth के साथ साथ हम किसी को रौंदते चले जा रहे हैं. So this is what I learned from Anand sir, and that is where I met Varun in Moscow in 2017. And I'm blessed that last year, it was in April, when he conducted the first conference in NIIT Delhi. I happened to meet him there. And this type of youth who is really working hard to create, first of all, we have to create awareness, that he's creating this awareness so that we should take the right step at the right time. And this is just a family kind of a thing for me, no matter I'm heading the institute or my own small foundation by the name of Sumit Foundation, where I am taking care of underprivileged girl child only for education. कहाँ हम आसमान कॉन्कर कर रहे हैं और कहाँ हम कहीं जाते हैं तो बच्चों को पढ़ाई में भी दिक्कत है. But yes, we are trying to bridge the gap. And today I am thankful to Varun to making me meet Andy sir. That yes, Andy sir, it's been a pleasure. You have been with us and a part of this conclave. And Varun, I wish you all the best for this conclave. And as it's a long day to go, where we will be listening to all the dignitaries talking about sustainability, the development. Few children might be feeling that what can we do in it? So students present over here, you are blessed that you will be listening to the dignitaries who will be talking about many things as aviation as well as sustainability as well as development is concerned. Do take that the whole day topics discussed as a food for thought. And try to understand that it's not big words what they are said over here, but yes, you can start. A drop in the ocean also counts. It is not that you have to do big wonders. A small thing is also a big gesture, because when we add on, those negativities or positivities do count. In the end, I would like to say that keep spreading the positive vibes all around. Keep spreading the positive vibes all around. It's also a part of sustainable development for our country and for us also. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Now, I request our beloved Managing Director, Shri Vaibhav, to share a few words of his conception of sustainable aviation.
Very good morning to everyone present here. A lot has been said yesterday, a lot is going to be said today, but I must mention something that nobody mentioned yesterday, I believe nobody will mention today, is about the venue. What a beautiful venue, and how privileged we are to do this conclave in Indian Aviation Academy, only second of its kind in the world. And I would like to thank everybody who came in yesterday, who are going to come in. I've been told that there's a huge traffic in Delhi, that's why people are getting delayed, people got delayed. We had the privilege of hosting Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdev yesterday, who was our chief guest, and we are in continuation of the same. There are many people who have flown from different cities to come here, including my chairman, Andy Ji has flown all the way from Moscow. Kulkarni Ji has come all the way from Mumbai. I see Girish Ji has come all the way from Bangalore. Right, so I see a lot of familiar faces, and I will not speak on that topic because there are much better experts who know more about the subject. So for me, as a part of organizing team, it's a privilege to see you all here. I welcome whoever is here. We have a very young girl with us. She's an Olympic winner. She's in the deaf and dumb category. She's the shooter. So, you know, we are people from all walks of life, and the idea was that it should not be just aviation professionals and students who attend aviation conclaves. You should have people from all walks of life joining, coming in, converging, and listening to this beautiful conclave. And thank you again. I wouldn't take much of your time. Please enjoy the day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving on to the first technical session for the day, we are here to discuss some of the most interesting and eye-opening topics in sustainable airports and infrastructure. To inaugurate this session with his charm and experience, I invite Dr. Devakar Goyal, Chairman, Aero Academy of Aviation Science and Management. Dr. Goyal is one of the very few people that I have met who has inspired me every minute that I speak with him. He's a science and a law graduate with an MBA and PhD in management. Sir, I don't know how you managed it, but hats off to you, you managed it. He has also done a lot of specializations in various disciplines in India and abroad. Now, I request Dr. Devakar Goyal to deliver his lecture on maximizing non-aeronautical revenue for a greater sustainability. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good morning to all of you. It is a very nostalgic moment for me. As a matter of fact, I am the founder director of this particular campus. So every room, this auditorium and all makes me down the memory lane, what way it was, and today I am very happy that Vaibhav has told that it is one of the best institute across the world or something like that. It really motivates me. Vaibhav Varun, actually he is crystallizing his name, Vaibhav, and then Varun is aviation. So it is very good, the name has been given. And this is the second conference I am attending, and he is doing a great job for aviation. Very few people, entrepreneurs, go for that. So, and secondly, I am very happy that Vishal is there to project that whatever he is doing. Because without projection, without PR, nothing happens. And we have the father of public relation here, Dr. Baba. So I always start with the share. I'm a poet also, with about 25 books to my credit on management, law and all. किसी को गीत देता हूँ, किसी को साज देता हूँ, किसी को गीत देता हूँ, किसी को साज देता हूँ, बहुत खुश होता हूँ तो हवराज देता हूँ। नहीं कुछ बचता है जब लुटाने के लिए, नहीं कुछ बचता है जब लुटाने के लिए, तेरी खोई हुई आवाज को आवाज देता हूँ। What is my lesson plan in aviation? Always we have something to talk about it. A very limited time is there with me. What topic I am having, I think I speak on this topic for the whole day. Now I have to finish in 15 minutes. So I do that. You see the background of this, why this topic is important. You see, today we are in a great stage where India is growing in aviation. Again, after Corona and all, we have come across that we should step into the old kind of mission and vision what we had to make India as number one in passenger traffic. After America and China, we are number 3 and number 7 in the world for international traffic. A lot of things are coming, you see, without finance nothing matters. This topic, sustainability, without finance nothing comes. You see, our revenue comes at least 30-40% from aeronautical sources, TNFC, RNFC, landing parking charges and all. But world over, you see, we need to think about the non-aeronautical revenue. Especially, I am very critical about the government policy today, what we are having across the country, that one way the Urban Development and Road Transport Ministry says that you can reach Meerut in 50 minutes, you can reach Moradabad, you can reach the places in 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and wherever we are having airports in very small towns also. What happens, you see, suppose I have to go to Meerut, should I take a flight? Or should I go by road 15 minutes? 2 hours at the airport, then again, you see the airport will be there at Meerut, it will take time. So it is a big question where the government has to think about a proper coordination between the two ministries wherever we are increasing the airports. Our minister says our target is having about 227 airports by 225. How it is going to happen and what kind of revenue generation we can have. So one thing came to my mind why I have chosen this topic. The only way out is to increase the non-aeronautical revenue, and what are the ways and means across the world people are doing. I'm happy to say, as an aviation man with JATO, Amsterdam and all, I came across different countries, could talk to the people, consult stakeholders. Across the world, the only feeling is not to depend on only aeronautical revenue. Of course, this is important. We used to say, I'm from aviation, I've been executive director with the Airports Authority of India. The salary comes from the ticket the passenger takes. But the passenger, how many passengers we have got, where we are having full load aircrafts for these small towns who are coming under the regional connectivity scheme. A very good scheme, it is giving a great amount of this blessing in disguise. Last 2 years, we accelerated the process of implementation of artificial intelligence in aviation. So days are coming where minimum amount of manpower cost will be there, about 35-45% we would have the human resource cost, that will be reduced. So here my initiative is to touch upon certain points which are important for all of us to know. Across the world, I must say, which goes in the line of increasing the non-aeronautical revenue. Then only we can have probably sustainability in the field of aviation, not depending only on number of aircrafts coming and number of aircraft going and all. Though we are very lucky, we have made progress to that level. When I joined aviation, there used to be only 4 movements from Delhi to Bombay, Indian Airlines. And today you see about total, if you see the aircraft movements and all, our air traffic control handles about 1200 movements a day. And Delhi airport must be about 1200 again. So we are progressing a lot. So let us touch upon some points. I'll skip the slides because the time is very short. You see the traditional approach for commercial revenue. We all know about it. Next. Now see challenges to improve retail density beyond certain extent. Decline passenger numbers, optimizing footfall. This is a very important point for all of you to think about that. Next. Now this is the scenario how far the existing pattern goes on. You must see what is there. Only 8% revenue coming from car rental and only 17% from car park. It's a very vital area, the parking, as a source of revenue. The great amount of potential is there across the world for parking. Parking can be a very big business, and I must say what figure it is showing, 17%, it can reach to about 35%. Then you see the duty free, 33%, it is going to increase and all. Delhi Airport, you'll find some liquor shops opening and all those things, it will increase. Space rented 23%. Next. Next. Now challenges, long-term solutions. What are the key challenges? Dependency of concessionaires, dependency of passenger volume, need to depreciate, upskilling employees engagement. Now what are the opportunities? You see, diversification through non-traditional revenues. That is what I would like to emphasize. Upskilling internal capabilities that we are doing. In the aviation industry, if I say I am a HR man or I am a man from what field, no. We all are institutional managers. Such kind of multi-skilling is there in the field of aviation. I worked at Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, Chennai airports and all, and maybe, so we are the aviation people. The manpower utilization is to the fullest in the aviation sector because we have got multi-skilling, we produce institutional managers. Even our air traffic controller, they proved to be the best airport controllers in the country. Next. New model and suitability, concession, joint ventures, self-operation, management supply concessions. Next. How it works, you see, going beyond the routine. That is important when I say about entertainment. It's a very vast virgin field, still virgin field, because a lot of scope is there in the field of entertainment. Today, you need not allow a person to go to the mall and all, you create the mall there itself. You make a person to reach the airport not by compulsion 3 hours before. You will make certain things there, a person will go 4 hours before to spend time at the airport, and that is becoming a source of revenue generation. Culture of unique selling proposition such as food, retail themes based on engagement. Lot many agencies are there who are linking the parking facility with entertainment. The free parking coupon is there. The food and beverage people are lining up with them. Motion senior gaming, next. Art galleries and all. Now I say pouring. Leverage unique position, airport operators creating exclusive. This was the how it was working. And now you see going beyond the routine. Availability of software, beverages, juices, water, coffee, energy, drinks. Audio and visual rights, airport radio channels, right to visibility in smoking zones. So many things are there. Now people are against smoking and all those things. I have got many friends here who left smoking, I could not leave. But you see, I don't say smoking is bad, of course. But at the airport, you make best of the friends smokers. You see, whatever costly cigarette is there, you go to Singapore, you go to Europe or not, can I beg a cigarette? He will welcome. You make friends out there. So smoking zones also, you have to take care about that. Sell tobacco in selected locations. The persons are very particular about the cigarette brand also. You see, so many good brands are coming. Only a smoker can know what is the enjoyment of the next. Next. Now again it is going about the branding. Creating your format. Associating sponsorship, this used to be there, how it will work, and going beyond the routine is the main concern of mine, what I am talking to you all. New formats for security channels. Now it is coming slowly. I am very happy to say that now the things are going to come in Delhi airport or other airports also. You go without mobile, without anything. Simply going there, and so with biometric technology will come. Brand launches, experience of branded floor workers, sponsorship with cost and maintenance baby. Now the new aviation policy says about no frill airports. No frill airport, no parking charges, no landing charges, no VAT on the turbine fuel. The state government is giving the land free of cost. No frill airport, the government says, to have the connectivity in the country. But how to generate the revenue out of that? Because when you are not charging and all, how the airport operator will run, whether it is PPP model or the government is running or joint venture, whatever it is, he has to take care about the non-aeronautical revenue, because the moment the airport is announced, the land prices go up. The people line up there. You are not only attracting the passengers, you are attracting the public at large to the airport, because the land is costly. You are providing for non-aeronautical purposes also certain amount of land, 30% say you will allow for non-aeronautical purposes. So let the people come, let the more people come, let the other people come, having licensing with the aviation people. Sponsorship for cost of maintenance, baby strollers, play areas, lot of things are there where the potential is there. Next. Essential services, collaboration. Now here also I go beyond routine is departure essentials such as postal couriers, business centers, photo kiosks, shoe shine, insurance, trailer, health scale. Long 2, 3, 4 years back I went to Raipur airport, and a very beautiful airport we made there. And there I was seeing that messaging the foot massage. He opened one contract he gave, and he has to increase to 3. So much revenue was generated for foot massage only. So a lot of potential is there. Health checkup, teeth whitening, sanitary, beauty and care, essential for arriving transit areas, showers, stool spots, bunk grade, travel guide. You see I cannot list out the things what you think about the thing in the mall, and it is available at the airport. Only thing, even you will find a person is not in a hurry to take his baggage and go home. He is telling his wife or the children, I am arriving, I will be having time in the arrival, let the baggage come and all, and I'll have some purchasing there. So instead of coming home and taking his wife to the mall, he is doing a lot of being there. Grocery outgo. Next. Now here you see again it is coming non-passenger. Huge opportunity catering different segments such as meters and greeters, facilities for airport staff. Long ago you see I landed at the Zurich airport maybe 10 years back and all. That time also meet and greet competition. I had to meet some ETH students there in Zurich. So they said that there is no problem, we are there at that particular place. And there I found a lot of things were there what I can purchase, not only chocolate and other things also. Canteen, saloon, laundry, locker room, discount stores, end of season and shuttle service for the staff community, empanelment of airport citizens for goodwill, NGOs, doctors, media. Yeah, the non-passenger also the list becomes endless, but it all goes for earning the non-aeronautical revenue. And that goes for the theme of this workshop, sustainability. Sustainability not only dependent on the passenger traffic or on the aeronautical revenue. Because that is fixed. You can increase RNFC, you can increase UDF, you can increase TNFC, you can increase landing pointage charges, but there is a limit. But here, you are making the things open. Next. Revenue stream design across the touch point. It is important for airports to plan certain streams, especially for those around convenience across various airports. Next. 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 Need to create own identity. People travel through the airport more out of necessity than choice. However, they would spend money at the airport only out of choice. Very important line for all of you. Time is running short, I'll just finish it out. Perspective of challenging non-aeronautical access multiple retailers. Next. Design and planning. Airport brand and its value becomes central to retail design and philosophy. Engaging concessionaires. Next. Effective communication, compelling disorder. Next. Again, it was holding passenger departure law before they had hoisted to the boarding gates. Next. Now, value for airport, information convenience for passenger through technology. Next. More parking revenue, capacity utilization, high dwell time, creating brand. Next. Smooth check-in and hassle-free. Next. Passenger friendliness, airport branding. Next. Next. Now you see, this is the reality. What we are seeing today. Most of the time. Now here also, Vaibhav rightly said, people are there on the way, and you have to plan. Not only the airline is telling 3 hours before, you have to take another 2 hours or 1 hour for traffic conditions. So that's why I was critical about coming of these small airports in the towns, because the road connectivity and then air connectivity coming 2 hours before the airport, then check-in, then other things are there. This is the scenario. Next. Now this is what we want you to do. And it can happen. Why not? That will give you more time for earning revenue from the non-nautical sources. Next. Commercial revenues. You see, this is the scenario. Yes, it is there, but there is a need to have these kind of things at a small airports also, where you are saving the regional connectivity scheme. No frill airports. पूरे देश का आम नागरिक हवाई चप्पल हवाई सफर there also he has to purchase हवाई चप्पल ना, so he should purchase there. Next. This is, we are really lucky in the field of aviation. It's a proud country, and I am happy to be a part of the aviation. I have been heading HR for the Airports Authority of India, especially air traffic control. And we have got best of the people. About 2,000 people I recruited. I had to the HR for recruitment. And across the country you find we have got best of the manpower in Airports Authority of India. That regards our air traffic control, I can change. What way we have got the diamonds in our... Next. Capacity enhancement is already going on. But nothing is going to happen by this fourth runway around at Delhi airport when the road capacity is not there. I was talking about the MRO conference and also that thing also. MRO not only for aircraft. You say maintenance, repair, overhaul. Why only the aircrafts? There are large number of vehicles at the airport. The taxis are there, the you see forklifts are there, tractors are there, buses are there, cars are there. They also require MRO. Create separate for them MRO also. Generate revenue. Why repair? The vehicle should go to the Honda City showroom. Why not Honda showroom or service center there? Various brands. That will be MRO for non-aeronautical vehicles. Non-aeronautical MRO facility available at the airport. Fourth runway, I am very happy. I discussed with the jury people even 3 years back when the people came here. So I had a long discussion when they were planning to file the tender, and also I say, this is the barrel land field you are getting in Jewar. And they have really made it dedicated freight corridor, what I was speaking in another aviation conference a few days back. Next. No, I must thank you, and finally, when the competition will come, I will say one share for competition among the airport operators. अब हवाएं ही करेंगे रोशनी का फैसला, अब हवाएं ही करेंगी रोशनी का फैसला, जिस दिए में जान होगी वही जला रह जाएगा. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. You truly are a cornucopia of wisdom. Any sustainability that is not financially viable is not sustainable at all. You truly spoke the words from your heart, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I call upon Shri Gurmukh Singh Baba for the next topic. Shri Gurmukh Singh Baba is a senior aviation consultant, former general manager, Airport Authority of India, and an AVIAKUL economist. A public speaker, trainer with over 35 years of experience in various facets of airport management, airport operations, economic planning, traffic forecasting, training, advertising, and public relations and general administration in human resource. Sir, I have never seen anyone with this kind of enthusiasm that you have displayed all over my time with you, sir. I request Shri Gurmukh Singh Baba to deliver his lecture on Greenfield Airports, the way forward.
everybody. I was requesting Praveen that time is very important and we should manage time. And he took it very seriously and he has put the timer on my desk. So I am I have to be monitored by the time. That time is very synthesis of ambition and we must honor the time. That's okay, good. And I will not waste much of the time because the time I save is to my advantage. Right, so good morning to all once again. Greenfield airports. Madam very rightly set up the context. There is a time in life when you get a lot and time comes when it is to give back. Probably we have reached at that stage. We have extracted a lot from the Mother Earth and now probably is the time to give back, and that is the reason probably we are talking of sustainability. Right? So very rightly you said that, and it's very apt for the gathering for which we have gathered here, right? I will dwell on civil aviation. When we work for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, probably every year you add a cap to yourself. And that is the reason when he was reading my profile, I was realizing the long journey which I covered, from statistics to economics to PR to MIS to green field airports. So that's what now I personally feel these conferences are nothing but an opportunity to give back to the society, to enthuse the younger lot who are sitting over here that there is a brighter side of the aviation which they must work for and they look for. So touching the points which I want to bring home back so far as the greenfield airports are concerned, civil aviation air transport growth is inevitable with the growing population and the urbanization. As such, the consequential effects are increasing and very interestingly increasing. These could be in the form of noise or gases emissions and the numerous other factors that are negatively impacting the global environment. I would like to touch upon global urbanization trend which are well known and well recognized by all, and India is no exception to that. Focus on future cities is evident when Prime Minister Modi ji pushed for holistic development of cities and localized plans for urbanization. Small towns, local planning is key to urban India. The vision of Prime Minister is indicative of creating satellite towns and development of cities into economic centers and airports. This is applicable to every project that we take over a period of time. Over a period of time, this has established themselves as an economic magnets. I am talking about airports. Airports are termed as economic magnets. They are affordable. Airport infrastructure is a must for each modern satellite town. If we used to see the historical development, if any city is there, city must have a water source. And that is the reason we found the cities came up near the rivers. But in the modern time, you will find the cities are at the airports. So airports are the synthesis of development. Key solutions for establishing mid-sized airports in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. India is another key that will make the mission of 220 airports by 2030, that if we have to bring that true. In parallel, the government is set to make over 90 airports as carbon neutral by 2024. Then again, we are talking of sustainability. Minister India mentioned recently. There is a huge potential of economic activities at smaller towns, and this will further get enhanced when they are connected with the world. It is popularly said that a 3 kilometer of road does not take you anywhere, at least not beyond 3 kilometers, while a runway of 3 kilometers connects you with the world. As an example, the Prime Minister's statement, most of the startups now are being set up in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Maybe that is the reason. This re-emphasizing that the time-old statement. Further, civil air transport growth is inevitable, and with growing population and the urbanization, as such, the consequent effects are increasing. These could be in the form of, I already mentioned, noise, emission of gases, etc. We, particularly the citizens of metro cities, Mumbai, Delhi, Gurgaon, Bangalore, are very familiar with the status of these cities. when little extra rain comes, we know what happens. A small paddy, in the paddy field, small residues are burned. What happens? And still we are talking of, we are making bigger and bigger cities. Do we need bigger cities or do we need efficient, effective and sustainable cities? We will have to think that, and that is applicable to the airports also. Do we need bigger airports or do we need grandeur airports or do we need operational and sustainable airports? Yes, I am aware. When I say that, I am aware that the greenfield projects can be highly coveted by the engineers, as no time, effort and costs are needed for demolition of existing infrastructure constructed in the already developed areas for the development of airports, in particularly those places where the airports are coming. They are able to give the perfect shape of their vision if they are working on a greenfield airport. Modern greenfield airports have been built, under construction or planned in every city we talk of. Recently, the airports greenfield airports are coming up in UAE, Beijing, Istanbul, Sydney, and India, about 18-20 airports, and Nepal too recently. There I have come. I did a work project over there. If time permits, I will talk a bit about that. Over the next 2 decades, the number of airports is expected to increase from 133 to 500, and of that nearly 350 plus are slated to be the greenfield airports. Once we are having such a big number, and we have seen the status of the urbanization, good or bad. Some are looking this as an opportunity, while on the infrastructure front, the person at the highest point is claiming that the cities can cope up with additional influx. I don't know how much this is true. The growing awareness of our responsibility to preserve our planet and its environment for the future generation is evident from the increased media attention about the concerns just mentioned above. The passionate views of our young generation include love for environment, and they, being good corporate citizens, endeavor to go greener. And even in the times of global economic uncertainty, recession, it makes good sense for them to believe that industry can do good and do well at the same time if we fly cleaner and efficient aircraft. Gone are those days that the younger generation want bigger aircraft, they want a big grandeur infrastructure, they want sustainable infrastructure. They want cleaner aircraft, they want efficient airports, they do not want big and grandeur airports. Not only airport business, but other airport planning and airport developments are becoming ever more complex due to go green concepts and technology, of course. The level of innovation of today cannot match the pioneering work predating heavier than air flight development and subsequent early years of aviation. Yet today we are operating and serving in an industry that underpins the global economy, invests enormous sums in product development to interconnect the globe and the global business and needs of the affluent society. Further efforts to understand and manage the environmental impacts of aviation is essential for continued health and well-being of all. That is industry, society, environment, planet, both at local as well as the global level. We believe airports and airlines together make the world more connected, more accessible, more prosperous. It is in this context I place on record that no greenfield airport shall be looked upon a mere engineering project. We talk a lot whenever we take up new projects and we start making a media beeline for that. We should not endeavor that. Rather, we shall take up that project as an ecosystem project. The moment we take up a greenfield airport project, we should see that as an ecosystem project. That means we should not bring or develop an airport, we should develop a city in itself. Architects are thinking of developing airport cities where your address will be the airport. You need not, just now Mr. Goyal mentioned that shall we take a flight from Delhi to Meerut? There are airports coming. There you need not to go out of the airport. The moment you land, your house is there, your business is there, your children are studying in the school over there. You are living in a city and the airport is in your backdrop. So that is the concept of green field airport we should look. I am reminded of a visit to a city near Seattle, and that city has got no land connection. Then how the people stay? Everybody who stays there either on an aircraft or in a boat. And I was a guest of one friend of mine who was a good Indian by citizen, and he said, "Boss, tomorrow we will go to Seattle." I said, "It will take a lot of time." He said, "What do you think how we are going?" I said, "Maybe the boat, because there is no road connection." And he said, "No, we will fly." And he pressed a button and the garage opened, and then he took the aircraft out and we flew and we landed at Seattle. There are airports which are existing and there perfectly, no one objecting to that. So we should have such environment, and that is the reason I personally see that airports should be 2G airports. That it should be green airport and it should be at the green field. That is the concept in which we shall survive. I think downtime, and the countdown is down. I'm left with 3 minutes, no problem. The debate is on, does the aviation in general pollute the environment to a detrimental extent? And this concern is consistently on the mind of thinkers and planners. The efforts to know more importantly are, can the effects be measured? We are talking of effects on noise, gases emission, etc. First of all, we must see, can the effect be measured? Can the effect be predicted? What is the certainty of predictions and what can be done about it? If nothing can be done, we should not talk about that. If we know something can be done, we should be concerned about that. The debate is amongst the policymakers, press and media, politicians. I have put it there, but they are not concerned, the makers of new world order. All these polarize the view that make it difficult to separate the scientific and popular viewpoint. Vested opinions through provocative statements make it milkier. We talk a lot, media talks a lot, so we do not know in the end whether we are clarifying the situation or we are making it a milkier. I am reminded of a jargon here in good old days when we were studying, and one of the management strategy we were given, if you can't convince, you must confuse. So I don't know what the media is doing at present. The challenges include the upcoming challenges so far as the green airport are concerned. Is there a right or wrong opinion? It is this that makes it challenging task for building a greenfield airport. Is it easy to address the interactions between experts from civil aviation and the environment expert? The advice of key players in the field those directly contribute to the development of a new greenfield airport include engineers, designers, airport operators, maintainers, governments, regulators, international agencies, and all those who have the capability to influence that are part of the development process. I will not dwell more on the greenfield airport, but I will like to switch over to the way forward statement. All right. As the global aviation is growing and the technology developments are increasing, the matrix is getting complex day by day. That complexity is reflected in the United Nations statement when they adopted the 2015 Transforming the World 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The aims for people, planet, and the prosperity that seeks to strengthen universal peace. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, what they call, and 169 targets by 2030 are in a total, they are there and shall be part of the smart cities of the future. Around the same time, to leverage on the opportunities and to handle the challenges of rapid urbanization effectively, Government of India initiated a multi-layered program signaling the world that they are in sync with the global agenda. The attainment of SDGs ensures sustainable development, thereby making smart cities safe, affordable, accessible, efficient, and resilient while minimizing carbon and other emissions and environmental impacts. The smart cities and the sustainable economy cannot be envisaged without befitting environmental concern, particularly CORSIA, carbon offsetting infrastructure on the lines of airport carbon offsetting. The climate change is a global concern and requires global effort, but at a country level one needs to be calculating to place on record the impact that is being caused by India. As a big nation, it is termed as a continent itself. Our responsibilities are more towards that, and as such, an effective policy shall evolve with the ability to evaluate long-term environmental impacts. Global scope and long-term environmental focus shall be retained. The rapid growth in aviation demand in Asia is changing, and global airborne emission distribution, which in turn attacks the whistleblowers to a great extent. The areas of concern may include development in the areas of engine, airframe, fuel, technology, policy, and the regulation. Thus, a system shall be in place to capture the big data on these parameters. Being multiple stakeholder industry, it is mandated that the regulators shall keep in view the capacity constraints, demand fulfillment, protect supply chain, and guard against pandemic-like disruptions, and above all, methodologies to improve the passenger's experience. I must mention here now, as I mentioned, over a period of time, we get multiple cabs. I represent the Air Traveler Association also. So passengers, otherwise also, everybody who is part of the aviation, first he is a passenger, then he is anything else. You could be an airline, you could be in an airport, you could be a businessman. But if you are not a passenger, you are not part of the trade. So passenger is the epicenter of the aviation system. All are supposed to work for him. If he is not there, there is no aviation. This is not a slogan. In COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen what happens when passenger is not there. World has seen, not only we seen. All stakeholders must learn from the COVID experience, and they should value the passenger. When we go to the airport, passenger is a shuttle box. A third person makes the rules for the passenger without realizing what is the impact of that on the passenger. So we should work towards making a happy passenger experience. Whatever airport we make, whether it is a greenfield, brownfield, that is not the concern. Passenger happy experience shall be retained. With that, I shall close my talk for the day. However, I will leave my working paper with the organizer. There it will be circulated, and I am available always for any clarification, justification, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As you rightly said, passenger is the center focus of any kind of experience that has to go through with air travel agencies or anything to do with aviation. The user experience ultimately defines the industry's progress. That is how I believe the information technology has taken a lead in the last few years. I believe aviation will also take such a humongous lead in the upcoming years. Especially, I believe India will play a major role in this transformation. With that, now I call upon Shri Pankaj Dubey for the next session, the next lecture. Shri Pankaj Dubey is the founder of DSPIN Consulting Private Limited. Currently, he is helping Indian and international startup companies with 360-degree support on advisory and execution of strategies. He is keen on supporting India's transition to electric vehicles for a cleaner future. I request Shri Pankaj Dubey, sir, to deliver his lecture on electrification, sustainable way forward. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good morning to all of you, and I'm going to talk about the electrification and a sustainable way forward in the aviation sector. So first of all, the question is why electrification? What is the need for electrification? Number one, it's because of the carbon decarbonization initiatives taken by globally government. We have to see what is the contribution of aviation sector. So it's very clearly 2.5% of the global carbon dioxide emissions is happening through the aviation sector. And about 12% of the total transportation emissions is also coming from this sector itself. And why? Because not just the pollution, but also the noise pollution. The kind of, if you live near the airport, you will understand this very well, that how much noisy it is to stay around. And so not just the air pollution, the noise pollution, and also the clean and green environment creation through that is the, and also the other significant factor is the cost. The moment you switch on to electric aircrafts, the cost of operations will come down dramatically. The number of moving parts, the kind of machines that are required to be maintaining the aircraft will come down dramatically, as we have seen that happening in the cars or in the two-wheelers, where there are thousands of parts, but if you take an electric vehicle, there are only 50 or 60 moving parts. Most of the parts are very simple, basic parts, motor, controllers, wiring harness, and all that. Similarly, in an aircraft also, it will come down dramatically, and therefore the cost of maintenance will go down, and the cost of fuel will go down dramatically with the change to electrification. And what are the challenges right now? Why electric aircrafts have not been commercially possible so far? It's largely because of the high density of the battery and the cost of the battery. As we can see, the electric vehicle costs are more in the cars and two-wheelers than the equivalent petrol vehicles. Same is the situation with the aircrafts. But and also the weight, because the aircrafts have to be lighter weight, and these batteries are heavy currently. From the per kilowatt hour generation of power, what is the weight? So it's comparatively high, about 5 kgs or so. And therefore, the need for a bigger aircraft to run, you would need a larger batteries, and which is why most of the countries are focusing on a shorter duration flights, where you are saying, like Dr. Divakar was saying, going to Meerut, so it's like 15 kilometers or 300, 400 kilometers at the max is where the pilot and the testing is being done today. Next. So the first aircraft was Elise, that is from US, which ran into a 9-seater, and recently the prototype first flew just 27 September 2022. This is designed for 9 passengers, 2 crew members, and it has run over there. Next. Then there are a few other companies which have become very popular, and I'm working a lot on this. The first one is the Airflow, which is a San Francisco-based company, and they are building in the short-term, middle-age logistics passenger vehicles. Then you can see that Jet, Boeing, and Siemens are among them, who have combined together, making efforts to make electric vehicles. Also, there's a partnership between Rolls-Royce, Airbus, and Siemens, which was announced in 2017 to create an electric aircraft. There's a very interesting company called Universal Hydrogen, and they want to run the aircrafts on hydrogen. And they have also developed this technology, and at the same time they're testing it right now. But what is very interesting with them is that they're creating a retrofit kit which will convert the existing airplanes also into electric. And that is something where, and you understand that the aircrafts are very expensive, and then we have to get an electric aircraft, and you have to switch it over. That is a huge cost for the aviation sector. But if you have a retrofit and it is a reasonable cost, then it will become very easy to convert as well. So Universal Hydrogen is working on that. There's a Wright Electric company, which is a New York-based company which is building light commercial planes, and they have 100 passenger aircraft and also 186 seat single aisle aircraft with 800 kilometer miles range as well. So these are the companies that are pioneering and taking major efforts. Also, we have an initiative in Australia where they got the first electric aircraft certified by the Australian government for the commercial training purposes right now. So there's another big initiative that's happening. What's happening globally? So you know that there's a Prime Minister Modi has signed an agreement for zero carbon emission by 2070, and it's not possible without electrification of the aircraft. Likewise, there are other countries which are already taking initiatives. Europe as such has taken an initiative to go fully electric by 2050. Norway, which has already led the electric switch over to cars, they have stated that by 2030 they will have the first aircraft running commercially in short distances, and by 2040 they want to switch to 100% electric for the domestic airlines. So that is what you can see the seriousness from the governments, that what initiatives are being taken for the electrification. We all have heard about this. In 2015 we saw a solar plane which went all over the world on solar power without using a single drop of fuel. And so that took a very long time. It's about 550 hours, but at the same time it just shows the initiative and that where we are heading. So the first time it takes long, maybe with new technologies, with the solar cells being more concentrated and powerful, this can really become a very realistic thing very shortly. Going back to our scriptures, we have heard about this Viman called Pushpak Viman. I'm sure everybody would have heard about it. And I have this very inquisitive mind, so I keep finding out what fuel was used in that. And in the pursuit of that, I've gone to various universities which are researching on the fuel. I've also met Shankaracharya of Puri and asked him what is the source of that. And I met various people across the country. I even met Nitin Gadkariji to see what he is doing on these lines. So with all this, what came out was very interesting. The Shankaracharya said that it works out of mind. If you think about it, and it flies. So Ramji कहते थे उड़ो तो उड़ जाता. Very difficult to convince to the youth today. But then I went into the depth of it to find out what exactly is the reality. And I came across a very interesting aircraft in US developed by University of Minnesota, which is also my alma mater. They developed this aircraft which was run through mind, and they did the brain waves and all that study. If you say that, okay, if your mind is thinking to raise your right hand, you're not raising the right hand. If your mind is thinking, the aircraft will go right. If your mind is thinking that it is going left, it goes right, left. And so likewise, if both hands are going up, it goes up. So this is how the mind waves were demonstrated. There's a video, and I'm not sure whether it can be played, but it's a 2-minute video, which is actually demonstrated by the university, stating that how mind can actually flow. Till that time, I was thinking that Shankaracharya ki baat pe, I don't know whether it's truth or not, but when I went into the details, it came a reality. Maybe at some point of time, it will be done through mind. At the same time, there's another one, when you go to the scriptures, there's written very detailed of the use of mercury in these Pushpak Vimans. So likewise, a lot of research needs to be done into this to figure out an alternate energy source. And if you can figure out, I mean, in no time, India will become Sone ki Chidiya again if you can discover this, because the balance of trade will become favorable to you. You will be exporting the energy rather than importing the oil. So a lot of work is being done in this, I'm sure. So this is what, when I went into the details, there's a book called Vimana Shastra, and that's been written by Rishi Bharadwaj, our ancient Rishi, and he has, it's been translated also, it's available on Amazon also. Fortunately, I went to the site to figure out if it is available. It's available on Amazon, and there are reverse engineering. And also, there's a SpaceX Dragon aircraft, which is being in the existence now. I tried to figure out and tried to check whether it is true, but then you see the resemblance of the spacecraft made by SpaceX organization Dragon on the right, and the left is the Viman Shastra, some of the pictures. So much of resemblance is there, and I reached out to the SpaceX engineer, who is my friend, Porter Harris, and I asked him this: are you inspired by our Vimanas? And he doesn't accept it, but he said that it is, the exact word he said was, it's based on original capsules from the 50s and 60s of the first space missions from both USA and Russia. He he also said that, yeah, maybe they are inspired by this, but I know as far as space is concerned, we got inspired by US and Russia initiatives. So this is all from my side. Thanks a lot for listening to me, and this initiative of electrification is going to come very soon, sooner than we expect. I know that governments are talking about 40s and 50s, but these revolutions, when it happens, it doesn't take much time to come into reality. Thank you, and we'll all see this together. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. With the wave of electrification that is happening in this country for the past 2 years, I believe India will play a major role in the electrification as the way forward towards a sustainable future. Now, we have a short break of 5 minutes. After that, we will resume for the panel discussion. Thank you. It is easier said than done. Resonating this, now I call the following panelists to discuss the real challenge in implementing sustainable solutions on stage. Shri Ajay Kumar, Managing Partner, KLA Legal Associates, Advocates and Solicitors. Shri Sandeep Pal, Executive Director, US India Aviation Cooperation Program. Shri Varun Vijay Singh, Global Aerospace and Defense Lead, Accenture. Shri Yogesh Gar, Director, Sales Asia Pacific, De Havilland Aircraft of Canada Limited. Even a chariot ride can transform into something unfathomable if you have a Sarathi like Sri Krishna. To moderate this wonderful and diverse panel, I invite Colonel Kevin Besser to be the Sarathi of the day. Thank you. Dignitaries, please take respective positions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are into one of the most interesting sessions for today, and we have a real expert panel out here, which is going to discuss the sustainability aspect. Is it real? Is it practical? Is it something that we can really achieve? And so I'll just give a very, very brief background as to where we come from. Sustainable aviation is committed to delivering a cleaner future for the industry. The goal is to reduce the net CO2, carbon dioxide emissions, by 50% by 2050, accommodating a double demand and play on each of our parts, alongside national, local governments, and improving the air quality around our airports. In 2016, Sustainable Aviation examined aviation's contribution to air quality, and we found that most of the impact near to the airports comes mostly from road traffic, of which the airport is only a small part, and what is related to the airport is really a small part. However, we are committed to play our role to improve the air quality, airports, airlines, ground handlers, and all of them who are developing and trailing low emissions vehicles airside, as well as reducing emissions from airfield operations. For example, through the increased use of on-stand electricity and preconditioned air. We need to also work alongside with the local and the national government to improve the surface access to airports and encourage sustainable transport use. There are best practice guides on aircraft's turnarounds, setting out practical steps to reduce emissions that impact air quality and urging the government to extend its support for low emission vehicles to specialist airside vehicles. So there are noise metrics, there are noise roadmaps. We should talk about clean air, we should talk about clean sound, soundless airports, and we're going to. So there are a few issues that we need to address. Improving the operational efficiency, switch to sustainable fuels, building the next generation aircrafts, managing residual emissions. So what are the challenges? Climate change itself poses a great challenge to us, and that is, a natural resource, waste production, water pollution, deforestation, overfishing, ocean acidification, air pollution, etc. So while I'm not going into the details because it is the honor and duty of the expert panel to do that. So what I will do now is I will request our esteemed panelists here to give their initial views, and then we'll take on with some questions from them. And let me assure you, I am no great moderator, because the moderation should come from you all who are sitting over there, and I want you to ask some very pointed questions to our panel, and therefore we can have a more interactive and an interesting session. So with this, may I request Shri Ajay Kumar from the KLA Legal Advocates to give his initial remarks. Ajay Kumar sir, all yours. It's in the center. In the center. Yeah, you can press that. We can take this.
Hello. Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers. It's a very well organized seminar, and going forward, we would need more and more such seminars in India, because the way our aviation is growing, we are already the third largest domestic civil aviation market. And because I come from legal background, I am a lawyer, practicing in aviation matters for the last 15 years or so. So we have seen this lot of trend, rather need to move towards sustainable development when it comes to aviation. And it of course comes with our own challenges. As you rightly mentioned, that on one hand there is a need that we switch to green fuel, but on the other hand there is a real challenge of cost and availability. So while I will be taking specific questions later on, but in my view, the way world is focusing, particularly there are various efforts from the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and the Indian regulators, DGCA. They are working on a draft paper as to how to reduce carbon emission in Indian civil aviation. And so, sir, I would answer in details later on. Maybe this was just a brief introduction. Thank you.
I thought normally legal people will continue to talk, and they can pose arguments where there are none, and they can make it controversial when there is no controversy, and they can actually turn the entire thinking around. But Ajay, I think you've been pretty straight. You're a great lawyer, I should say, who is keeping his modesty to himself and said, I will take on the questions. So I will have a question for you on the draft paper, but before that, I think it's my honor now to invite Mr. Sandeep Bell from the US-India Aviation Cooperation Program, and I'm sure his insights are going to be more valuable to all of us. Because it's one of the countries that is taking a lead in sustainability and making a mark across the world, in the United Nations, in the in France, so we have seen a lot of this, and a lot of the lead is taken by the US because they truly believe in terms of what impact it can make for the future generations. So Sandeep sir, all yours.
Thank you, Colonel Kumair. I'm very humbled to be here today. I want to say why humbled. First of all, this academy is really good. What sorry, I forgot your name. But he mentioned that he started this early on, and I walked through here, fantastic. The second, I'm humble because what Vaibhav and Parveen has organized here, I've seen it first time. The sustainability is taken such a big step here, especially when it relates to aviation. Even though you heard today, it's only 2.5% of carbon emission that aviation has in India or in the world, right? Third thing that you probably won't know, but China just today started a global sustainability and they included transportation as aviation research and development center in Beijing, which is a big step. What Colonel Kumair just said about US being very advanced, and yes, it's an advanced country with it's number one when it comes to commercial aviation. But not to forget, these developed countries are already there. They're working hard to make sure the developing world doesn't pollute the world that they have been doing, right? So when you look at the numbers now, China and India is the next countries, right? You heard just now, India is already number 3 in domestic passengers. So that means the owners, the responsibility to make sure, all of you sitting there, that you make sure the environment is pretty good for our future generation. I think the young blokes sitting there, you are already pretty young, so onus is on to us that we leave the world to you in a very good shape, and you can help us achieve that. When it comes to aviation sustainability, we heard today the grand airports that Mr. Bawa talked about, Mr. Dubey talked about early on the electrification of aviation sector. But besides that, you probably haven't seen the problems that they are there. The CO2 emissions, it's a big thing that we'll talk about. There are also non-CO2 emissions that probably not many people talk about. And then there's the issue with the frequent flyers. In India, I think less than 3% of the population is flying. And so about 97% of the population, why are they involved in this emission thing? It's the handful of people, right, who are creating all this pollution. Then there's a problem about the policies. How genuine we are internationally or nationally in the policy front. And the last is the technology. How quickly we are able to adapt the technology. So these are the topics I think I wait from you guys to question, and so that we try to answer. But look at the opportunities that brings these things. Electric vehicles, as Dubey was talking about, is a big thing, right? In India also it's a big thing right now. So let's see how we can take aviation into in a sustainable manner. With that, I wait for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that opening remarks. When you say, we leave the world a better place for them to live in, you're making us feel old. I don't know if we as people have contributed to this sustainability issues. Because I remember when we were children, we used to carry bags to the market, and we used to help our mothers, carry those bags back home, clean them up, and then use the same bag again and again and again. And that, I thought, was the culture that we have lived in. I don't know if the people are contributing to it, or the machines are contributing to it, or the accessibility of these machines to such fuel, which actually causes more damage than the transport facilities that they give us. You talked about electric vehicles, and I want to flag this issue at this point in time. I do not know, at this point in time, all of us are thinking that EVs are going to be a solution to whatever we are thinking. But when we come to battery management, and when we come to how we are going to swap batteries, how we are going to get rid of them, how much of electronic waste we are going to create in this world by EVs, and how we are going to actually get rid of this electronic waste is another issue that's going to affect sustainability. And one interesting point you made was the developed world does not want the developing world to do what they have done. So they can do all the sins, but the developing world is supposed to bring out the solution and clean up the air for them. So I think these are the things, and China, of course, in spite of my reservations to China as a country, but I think they are taking some very proactive steps towards all these aspects in terms of sustainability and things like that. So all that is left for me is to call a very dear friend of mine, and we have known each other for a few years. And so if I would mark a matter of respect to somebody in the aerospace and defense, and as a consultant, and I've seen him as a very proactive consultant in the space. So all that is left for me to do is to invite my dear friend Varun Vijay Singh from Accenture, who's leading the aerospace and defense practice in Accenture, to give us his initial remarks.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. It's truly an honor to be here and sitting with all these stalwarts from the industry. I've done many of these talks, but I'm actually, as he said here, humbled to be here talking about sustainability for the first time. I come from a background where I've been selling fighter jets to missiles to commercial airlines, but now actually talking about what actually matters is what are we leaving behind for our children, and what are we doing about it? I mean, yes, we're talking about it, but what are the companies and the people actually doing on the ground regarding this? And again, Karan Kuber, thank you for the introduction. So, yeah, jumping right into it, I'll leave the expert comments to the stalwarts because I've just started here, and I have a few points just to begin with. Everything has a cost, everything good has a cost, and of course sustainability comes with a cost. The issue I think at hand is how do we offset this cost? Do we offset this cost at the cost of the tickets for passengers? Do we offset it at coal mines or coal electrification in the outside of cities, but it's still polluting our environment? So where is this actually going in the end of the day? Yes, sustainability is the new key word. Everybody wants to do it. Everybody wants to be a part of it. Everybody wants to talk about it. But what is it actually about? There are a lot of challenges when it comes to aviation and sustainability. Electric vehicles is a whole another game, but aviation is going to take some time, in my opinion. And we lack the infrastructure, we lack the know-how to be able to actually use what we've been talking about. At the moment, we have 3 fuels which are in development, from bio-waste to hydrogen to e-waste. There are a lot of these new fuels which are coming up. But till now, we've not successfully been able to use it in a commercially viable way. They've tried putting it and blending it with the A1 fuels, which we use currently. Even that was not a complete success. So where do we go from here? How do we actually get on the path where we can make flying on sustainable fuels, SAFs as they call, a reality? We are all investing into supersonic flights. Boeing, all of these are coming in with new aircrafts, and they want to make it sustainable. But on ground, I think it's a completely different perspective, especially a country like India, where we still want to make the rest of people fly. How do we get the rest of India to fly when we are going to increase costs when it comes to sustainability? Yeah, again, that was my issue is with the cost and the infrastructure of it, and I will leave it, I will answer your questions as and when they come. Thank you very much.
That's indeed nice of you, Varun, to have talked about the economic impact. You talked about the cost. There is a cost. Anything that we do, there is a cost. And I'm going to talk about it a little later. I'm going to pose a question to you when I come to it, after I take on the initial remarks from Mr. Yogesh Garg too. But then I just want to leave a couple of points that Varun just mentioned. Lack of know-how. Students of history should go back and visit the Pushpaka Vimana, which was used by our ancestors a few thousands of years ago. And how did they actually do that? Does our history record any technological facts towards such aircrafts, which was used by King Ravana at that point in time? Do we get any leads from our history, because our Vedas and our Upanishads are full of such anecdotes, but do these anecdotes also lead us to something sustainable? And here I want to mention a particular aspect, because young minds over there sitting, and you've been seeing various serials of the Mahabharata and the great war that was fought. So you see in the Mahabharata and all that, you close your eyes, and it could be Arjuna, it could be Karna, it could be anybody. They closed their eyes and came a missile in front of them. It could be any type of an astra. It could be a Vayu astra. It could be a Surya astra. It could be a Indra astra. Whatever. How did that happen? So I did a little bit of study on this, and in the Yajurveda, there is some sort of a philosophy that has been painted to us, and that is, our ancestors were experts in materials. So they could assemble a particular weapon system on the battlefield. So you see, when you are able to assemble a particular weapon system on the battlefield, what you have done is, you have done away with the complete logistics behind that. And you also make sure that you don't create the complete supply chain and everybody who does everything and then create all this pollution. And therefore, do we have to pick up from there and see and go and visit some of these raw materials, some of these basic fuels, some of, can we use just pure air? Can a car run on air? Can an aircraft run on air? And can we challenge ourselves to some of these unimaginable sort of scenarios where we can think probably India is going to provide the lead to the world for this? And I think that lack of know-how, which Varun mentioned, is something the future generation has to think about it. Varun also mentioned about a very interesting thing on blending of fuels. And when you talk of blending of fuel, you're only talking of an incremental advantage. And incremental advantages take us nowhere. You will still be there. You will say that I blend this fuel and I've increased the efficiency by 10%, 7%, 7.5%, and that's what you can do. And what we are looking here is a transformational change. And so I hope we are able to get out some ideas from this forum today, from all of you sitting there, and few of us sitting here. None of us here can have the intellectual property on that this is the idea, and it is going to be a collective effort through which we are going to bring about it, and probably I'll try to do some justice to that. And with this, for his initial remarks, let me call upon the chairman and managing director of the Heavyland Aircraft of Canada, G Heavyland Aircraft, Shri Yogesh Garg. So all yours.
Thank you, Kubeji, for the introduction, and I'm very humble and excited to be here. And I've been doing forums for a couple of years, and I'm so glad that India took the first step for sustainability. I think this is the first forum for sustainability. So hats off to GSAC for conducting it. And I see a lot of young people here, and they are also looking forward their future, what it could be. So for me, what is sustainability? It has to be a holistic approach. Means it cannot be, we have EVs, we have batteries, but where the battery is coming from, where the cobalt is coming from, and how much carbon footprint we are leaving when we are making a battery. And as Colonel rightly said, how we would dispose them and what kind of e-waste it will generate. So does it means it's a sustainable, or it is polluting more? The other thing what we have is hydrogen cells. The energy density is one of the biggest challenge what we are facing. Like Dubey sir rightly said in his comments that the biggest challenge is energy density or the battery density, what he used the term. Once we have more compressed on it, we maybe have a better solution in the future. And what sir said regarding the pushback ban, we have to look into our past to get an answer for sustainability for the future. How our ancestors did it, how they were able to maintain a sustainable future for us, and how we can give it to the society for the future. And what I feel we as a de Havilland company has invested a lot into the aircraft, where we are doing trial runs with electric engines. We are doing trial runs with hydrogen cell, and what Dubeji mentioned, the future has to be not a new aircraft, it has to be a retrofit kit, because we have thousands of aircraft flying. So we can't leave them aside. We have to first fix them. Otherwise, the costs of building an aircraft varies from 7 million to 200, 300 million. So it will not be a economical, viable, sustainable future. So we have to look into that also. And one thing what Dubeji mentioned, sustainability, if we can use solar energy, wind energy. I was just reading an article in Japan, they have made a machine which they keep under the ocean, and with the use of the wave current, it is able to generate electricity. So that for me, that is sustainable, which you don't need an input for that. You don't generate, or you don't expense any carbon footprint to generate that energy. That is more required. So for me, that should be a sustainable future. We need to make some aircraft where we don't use fuel at all. That will be sustainable. Like my other panelists said, only 3% of the people fly in India. Think about when everybody flies, how much carbon footprint we are generating. Currently, worldwide, human beings are producing 42 billion tons of carbon, and out of that, 911 tons, a million tons is just from aviation fuel. So if everybody start flying, think about the number, where we will be going. So let's all think and brainstorm how we can bring a sustainable fuel, a sustainable future, something which doesn't leave a carbon footprint. It should not be an alternate fuel. SAS, everybody's talking about SAS fuel, where we'll do a 50% blend. We did some flight with 100% blending, with 100% of SAS. But how that fuel came in means it was so much of efforts, it was not economical viable to get that 500 liters of fuel. We did one flight from Dehradun to Delhi, on SpiceJet with the help of Dehradun Petroleum University, but it took 6 months to get that 500 to 1000 kcal fuel. So I don't know how we will be able to have that kind of leverage where we do economy of scales. So wind and solar are it's available in abundance. So let's see how we can harness that and make it as a sustainable future.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yogesh Garg. I think you brought out the holistic approach, and you talked about, of course, the batteries and the hydrogen cells and energy density. How much of energy we can put in a small piece of battery? And I think as we understand nanotechnologies, and as we go and miniaturize this concept further, it will be interesting to find out as to how much of energy we can actually put into the smallest piece of power source. And power source is something that is, one is of course aviation, but I think it's going to be affecting the population at large. And that really brings me to the idea that when we actually go into these technologies and we are able to put our minds to it, it's only going to be the material technology which is going to which will have a direct impact on what we actually use and how we are actually going to sustain. You brought a very, very interesting point on we already have an inventory. If we have an inventory and we have to sustain, obviously we cannot throw it out. It doesn't go out of the window. So it remains there, and therefore it continues to do what it has been doing all these years. And how are we going to change that? That should be a thing, and I think I want Varun to start thinking about it, because I'm going to ask him this question later again. But I'll give him this hint that, is Israel doing something about it? Because Israel is one country which actually invests in research of these kinds, and are they taking a lead towards sustainability? So I'll leave that for some time. Solar, wind, you talked about, and of course you talked about how Japanese are doing with a machine which is underwater. So the first question that comes from me to the panel is, while the availability of sustainable feedstock impacts, and the production of feedstocks also impacts their production in the required quantities, it will still be a significant challenge for a commercial scale deployment of alternative fuels in aviation over the long term. Overall economics appear to be the main issue in the near term. So can I request Mr. Sandeep Bell, you think, sir, you can give a shot at this and say as to how the economics is going to impact the whole thing?
Thank you, Colonel Kubeir. The feed that you're talking about, what I understand, is the biofuels.
Right.
Right. So when it comes to biofuels, the consumption overall that aviation has, I don't think the biofuels will be able to compensate for that. For a very long time, kerosene, as you know, the jet kerosene from fossil fuels has been was the only available option, right? But nowadays, when we see flying through essentially requires, as Mr. Dubey said and Yogesh was mentioning, there's other alternatives, electric or hydrogen powered, or maybe electric, which Yogesh is talking about coming from the ocean. Just purely biofuels or fossil fuels will be difficult, as I can see. Even today, when SpiceJet, as Yogesh mentioned, and I was with Mr. Anjan Ray from the Petroleum Institute there, India has the capability to produce mass biofuels, but they are also looking at using the what you call the old cooking oil. Also looking at the tree that New Zealand and Australia started with, Jotapra. So there are other areas that can be done. Even though I tell you, like when we look at economics that Varun is talking about, today they are expensive. Once there's a mass production, anything in masses, when it comes, the cost comes down. And if there's a levy on it, on top of it, then the demand also comes down. So I think the future is there. But how we go about it, we were talking about 2030 aviation to have so much of carbon reduction or offset programs and whatnot. Just last month, ICAO actually decided the net zero in 2050. So I think aviation industry and the experts, they know, they stop dreaming that tomorrow we will have a solution for net zero carbon emission. It ain't going to happen. So let's become practical. Let's look at the socio-economic impact. Let's look at the political impact. Let's look at the economic impact. And let's look at the technological impact. And then only let's move forward and set the realistic goals. Not like somebody wakes up and say, oh, by 2030 I'm going to be net zero. You ain't going to get aviation net zero in 2030. So with the same thing with the biofuels. The countries are, I'll give you an example, probably you won't like it, but countries, like even today, we have the burning issue that you will soon see in Delhi, the pollution that will come. We are not able to control that, and we can use that feed that we are burning, can we convert it into some fuel? I think that technology is still in its nuisance. And we are, as I know, in the US, there's a lot of companies which are helping Punjab government not to burn that feed. So it's the same thing. When it comes to biofuels, opportunity is there, and it will come through. Thank you. One thing I wanted to let you know, I think you used a very hard word, the Western word, sins. Colonel Kuber, what I was trying to say to everyone, if we have done a mistake, why aren't we able to learn it and so that we don't do this mistake again? When Pushpak was there and whatever it was used, we can learn from Pushpak, right? Why can't we learn from the mistakes of the developed world, which have maybe polluted the world in developing their nations? But when we are trying to develop here, let's learn with their mistakes so that we don't do those mistakes again. Maybe it will cost us a little bit more, or maybe it won't cost us that much more. So that's, sorry on that. I wanted to just clarify, there's no sense. It's when you're developing, we will always do some mistakes, we learn, but until unless we don't learn from each other, it will be difficult to move forward. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir, absolutely. So you see, the idea of making such comments was to trigger such a passionate response from you, and the idea, yes, we should learn from others' mistakes. It's only fools who learn from their own. So it's a good idea that we should learn from other mistakes, and I want to get back to Mr. Garg. You see, while you do these, the development of aircrafts, and you're doing those engines, and you're doing all that in Canada, how is the investment environment treating you? Do you have adequate number of venture capitalists who are putting in their money into anything that is sustainable, or they are looking at an ROI and therefore, we are not able to bring these guys forward? Is there a challenge over there?
Colonel Kuber, I'm so happy. I'm glad that you asked this question. If you take any journals right now for last 2 years, everybody is investing. All the VCs are so excited and they're investing into all the sustainable ideas. If you heard about Zero Avia, the hydrogen cell, all the electric platform what Mr. Dubey mentioned here today, none of them are being funded by big OEMs, whether it is Airbus, de Havilland, or Boeing, or Embraer. They're all being startups and being funded by VC. So just to answer your questions, definitely there's a lot of interest from VC, and they are investing a lot in the future, and they feel that this technology will pay off, and they will get paid. At the end of the day, they are investors and they will look for their return, but they know there is a runway and they have to take the flight to get that return, so they will get it. Just to touch base on, just to give an idea to the team here that how much an aircraft, to make a demonstrator aircraft, like you're making an electric vehicle, or you're making a hydrogen cell, or a hybrid electric aircraft, you're looking around $20 to $40 million just to make a demonstrator aircraft. So it's a lot of money, and we are glad that all the VCs are pitching into it, and they are investing in their future.
So that is Canada. So how is it in the Indian environment? Do we have VCs coming in and investing in sustainable technologies? Any ideas on that, Varun?
Well, you got me off guard there with that question, but the thing is, I've been dealing a lot with VCs because I'm on board of an electric vehicle company also, and the tricky thing with VCs is they want assured returns and they want it now. From what we see, the venture capitalists come with a certain goal and they will not invest in anything which is not government backed, which does not have a clear line of sight in terms of what are the benefits going to be and what is the revenue model that's going to come out. At the beginning, we are at a cusp, and we need to know where this is progressing. I'm talking about the VCs as well. So all the conversations that I have had personally with these VCs, and again, I could be completely wrong. What I see from them is they are little standoffish. They're waiting to see who does this first, how they're going to do it, and and what kind of technology are they investing in? Are they investing in better batteries, better storage? Are they investing in companies itself? Are they investing in a certain type of vehicle? So what is it that the VCs finally would want to put their gamble on, right? And currently, if you see, it is the big wigs who are coming in with the electric vehicles and the batteries. So they are mostly bootstrapped. Some of the startups which are coming into this domain are looking for VC funding, but it is difficult. It is a challenge to get it because you have the soft banks of the world which are looking at soft tech, and the VCs which come with smaller tranches cannot afford to, as one VC, give into a startup. So these electric startups are somewhere in the middle. So it is a challenge, but I think that will be overcome. And you are seeing global VCs that are investing, but it's the Indian VCs that need to jump on the bandwagon, as to say. Thank you.
That's right.
Just add to Varun's point. I'm so sorry, sir. Currently India definitely needs policy enables for this VC to come in, and I totally agree with him that they need to see where the investment will go. Like why they're investing in the West, because government have policies that 2030 in Norway, you need to have an electric aircraft. So they know there is a deadline, there is something which they need to achieve. Like for Indian EVs, vehicle are selling a lot, which was a failure, now they are selling. And if Indian government have policies to enable, and they make the point that in couple of years, 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, we need to have a sustainable aviation, and we need to have a aircraft which is flying on electric or on hydrogen cell or on hybrid electric or on SAS. Definitely VCs will be intense to invest in India. So we need to get the backing from the government to get some confidence on the VCs that they invest in sustainable future.
Good, Mr. Garg, you mentioned that because I was about to ask that question anyway. So, Varun mentioned that unless there is a government backup, because VCs look at ROI, and you said the same thing. Is there a top-down approach? If the Prime Minister of India could say that we are going to be a $5 trillion economy in 2025, 2024, well, every state today is looking at a $1 trillion economy themselves. So a top-down approach really works, and that brings me to the point of policy, regulatory, and we have a lawyer sitting amongst us, and I'm going to ask him this question. So, one is, you did talk about Ajay on the policy, the draft policy that is being shaped up. Since you mentioned that is number one. The second is the requirement of a government backup. The third is how VCs are looking at this whole game. And therefore, I want to pose a question to you now. With no compensation mechanism for airlines for the environmental benefits of using the fuel, there are small, limited markets for aviation biofuels at the current price, which is higher than for a conventional jet fuel. Without the ability to compete on price, it is hard for companies in the entire value chain of alternative jet fuels to demonstrate their viability and complete financing for the commercial projects. So, I come back to Mr. Ajay Kumar, and he is going to tell us what sort of policy, regulatory and government backup that needs to be in place from his perspective, from a legal perspective, so that we need to, after all, take care of the legal guys, otherwise they'll take us to court. Yeah, Ajay.
Thank you, Colonel Kuber, for this question and for lending your mic. So, when we talk about aviation, it's not only that engine is running and consuming fuel. There is a lot of other things also which makes an aircraft run. For example, there has to be necessary support from, say, airports. So whatever airport that we see around the world, those airports should be made green, in the sense that why can't India in particular use the solar energy, where each airport will sustain its energy requirement from solar energy, or maybe some other alternate way. And when it comes to manufacturer of equipment, I have seen that there is a growing trend amongst the manufacturers, be it engine manufacturers or airframe manufacturers, Boeing, Airbus, Rolls-Royce. What they are doing is, what they are focusing is that they are manufacturing more and more fuel-efficient engines and fuel-efficient equipment. That is the need of the hour. We cannot achieve the goal of sustainability only by one step. There has to be a combination of steps that we need to take. So I will give you an example, particularly for those who are yawning, getting bored, is that when Air India leased those big Dreamliners from Boeing 2-3 years back, and their flight from Delhi to New York, they saved around 15 to 20% fuel. So that is one big encouragement for the Indian operators or the lessees, that you go for such equipment which are more energy efficient. Because initially you may have to shell out a little more, but eventually you are going to save a lot of money. That's number one. Number two, same situation happened with engine manufacturer. They are coming and each day with new technology, with a new claim that we are producing those engines which will consume, say, 15% or 10% less fuel, coupled with blending of various biofuels. So right now, as we heard, that it is very difficult to blend ATF with biofuels because they are very difficult to procure. The price is very high, but we must keep in mind that these are just the baby steps that the aviation world is taking just now. Going forward, the prices of such biofuels is going to come down. We have already seen such experiment, where in road transportation, petrol is being blended with ethanol, and that is going to be a success. Similar story can be written when it comes to ATF or aviation fuel. You also asked me a question about the regulatory framework. as of today, there is no framework under Indian regulation or Indian law which would guide the Indian operators to take any steps towards sustainability. But yes, there has been a General Assembly at ICAO in 2016 where they came up with this proposal that by 2027, India will have to necessarily implement a policy whereby they will have to collect data from all the operators as to how much fuel they are consuming for all international flights, be it cargo or passenger, and then it will be reported to the DGCA. DGCA will in turn report to ICAO. And the target is that the effort is that we have to maintain the level of emission using the baseline of year 2020. So going forward, if an airline is creating or generating more carbon which goes beyond the 2020 level, they will have to take certain steps. One of which would be to procure these green fuel. I don't know in Indian context how that will work out, because 2020 as a baseline where less than 5% Indians fly, because that baseline is really small at this point in time. Such a scheme is of course well suited for US and other developed countries, but for India and other developing world, this is going to be a little difficult. So much needs to be done, but I'm very hopeful that there is no other way, there is no alternative to green fuel and sustainable development. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, that was nice. I will still reserve a small comment from you on the legal perspective before we close the session, because Praveen has been prompting me that we are almost completing the time of the session, but I want to give a couple of opportunities to the audience before I go there. So I just have two questions. One is one comment which I would like to make. Talking about aviation, we should not forget the military aviation part. If you see India today, Indian Air Force has got something like 2,884 aircrafts, while the civil side has got just about 560, 600 aircrafts. And even if they buy another 500 more, they will still be halfway there. And I'm happy to announce to all of you today that Indian Air Force has flown an AN-32 with 10% blend of biofuel, and till September 22, Indian Air Force has flown 65 hours with a target to fly 200 hours in the next 6 months. At the same time, Dornier is also undergoing tests for 50% biofuel, which has been cleared by Honeywell. And I thought that was a very interesting thing over there. And in addition to advanced biofuels, in general, as currently perceived by investors and lenders, it seems to be a less attractive investment that has more risk than the other. More mature renewable energy technologies such as biomass to heat and power, wind or solar. With my earlier question, Varun, would you like to make a small comment on this, and then I'll open it up to the audience and then we can close.
Just clarifying, the question is more on military aviation and sustainability there.
That was a comment.
Yeah.
But the question is on how do we sustain the whole thing.
Well, this is actually a holistic question, and it comes back to the infrastructure and policies. It comes back to how much we actually are getting help from the government going forward. And I think that is the key here, because this is a very humongous undertaking, sustainability for aviation in general. You can see how the government is already helping with the electric vehicles. Shri Gadkari is all over the news with inaugurating new vehicles here and there. I don't see that yet in the aviation industry, and that's not been that much in the news. So we need that initial push. We need that. We need those policies. We need that regulatory framework from the government to be able to help us support where we want to be. There are very great targets which have been set into motion, but if you don't have a way to get there, this is all going to be not really fruitful in the end of the day. You did bring up Israel, and I just wanted to comment on that as well. And being such a friendly nation with India, I think we could follow on their footsteps. The kind of R&D which is going down in that country with the US on sustainable fuels is on another level itself. They also, in the latest Paris agreement, made a commitment to completely go green by 2050, if I'm not mistaken. And they have also mentioned that they will get rid of all public transport and have very high expectations from the aviation industry in terms of sustainable fuels. So, getting these targets and actually having them signed at the Paris Agreement shows the level of commitment by the government to be able to hold such, such kind of framework going forward. I'm not sure if I answered the question correctly, but yeah, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. I mean, I can tell you, none of us can answer this question correctly at this point in time. But all that I want to tell you some statistics on this. Because the annual consumption of fuel for the Indian Air Force for 2021-22 was at 6.2 lakh kiloliters, which contributed to 15 lakh tons of carbon monoxide. And Indian Air Force is already taking some steps. We hope that they will do that. On the civil aviation front, the manufacturer of Airbus said that it has plans to offer 100% sustainable aviation fuel compatible with the commercial aircrafts by 2030. And of course, there have been a number of such comments. And following the maiden flight of AN-32 by the Indian Air Force, powered by a blend of biodiesel, it also flew over the Rajpath on the Republic Day during the flypast, which was a demonstration of intent. And I think that is more important for all of us. And the biofuel was extracted from Jatropha plant seeds using a technology patented by CSIR and the Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun. The project for development of blended fuel was conceptualized earlier in 2018. They have done it, and the order was issued on 17th October 2018 for delivery of 700 liters of blended fuel at a cost of just 5.43 crores. So the plan is there, the intent is there, and there are, the plan is eventually to expand the usage of aviation turbine fuel blended with biodiesel to all fixed-wing aircrafts. And I don't want to bore you with more. Praveen, with your permission, I just want to open up to the audience. I want you to participate. You've been an excellent, quiet, wonderful audience. Would you like to make some noise? Give him a matchbox.
All right, thank you. Is that working?
You just have to press the center button, sir. Can you please identify yourself for the audience?
Right. Thank you for coming this side of the audience. I just want to ignite the idea. We are waiting for the government to come with the regulatory design. We are waiting for the ICAO to come with the regulatory design. Can't we become a purpose-driven leader for sustainability ourselves? Because I have found everybody is working towards sustainability for a business point of view. Because the aircraft want to save money, they want to do the research. But is there any genuine concern for the Mother Earth, the industry or the leader have? That I want panel to comment so that someone listens to us and then make a dent on that. Right? Thank you.
The panel, who wants to take it on?
Thank you, sir. Very genuine question. But I may disappoint you with the answer is that the answer to the question is no, a flat no. Nobody is interested. As they say, it's all about money. So manufacturers, they want to make money. The aircraft lessors, they want to make money. The airport operators, they want to make money. and money comes at a cost, and the cost is being paid by the Mother Earth. So that's one part. The other part is that no matter howsoever regulation you may make, ultimately the question is, will those regulations be viable or not? So it's not going to happen overnight, but eventually, as there is more and more awareness, we can see particularly in younger generation. Eventually people will be compelled, companies will be compelled to think or change the way they think. I mean, I do not want to be controversial, as I have already been mentioned that lawyers do create controversy. But what happened with two Boeing Max accidents? We all know that the accidents were a result of human greed. So unless we can control our greed, I think the picture is going to be not so happy. Thank you so much.
I will just add a few things to Ajay's point. I think, sir, this question is for everybody, not me, for the audience, everybody. And we have to be more self-conscious and self-aware on this. And it's not that everybody doesn't want. There are examples and people who wants to do it. Like if you book a ticket for any airline in Europe, they will give you two options. $1,000 for a 99 liters of kgs of CO2. But here's another option. You pay another $400 and you will get a more greener flight, which that money they will use towards reducing the carbon footprint. So there are people who are conscious and they spend that extra dollar or they go that extra mile to do it. Like for us, our parents, there are few, we believe in use and throw, but they do believe in recycling the things. So it has to be more conscious call on our end, and I will urge everybody that we should take a pledge that we should work towards this using more recyclable and making our future better.
Oh God, yes. Thank you so much. That was very nice. And actually, you see, I am a little terrified at this point because Praveen is holding a hammer in his hand, and he said, if you don't close the session by now. Sir, would you like to ask a question? Praveen, I'm willing to take the hammer, but I want you to.
Yes, sir. I have a question. As far as the data is, I have told that 3% of the population, Indian population, is just flying. So my opinion just contradicts. Am I right that we are yet to develop in terms of aircrafts before sustainability? The question of sustainability comes if we have, if not wrong, we have the number of aircrafts just equal to number of aircrafts held by one airline in USA. So my question here is, sustainability comes after the development. If any of the panelists can please tell me about this. So should we emphasize for the development where we only are flying only 3%? Let's come to 10%, 20%. It may be the idea of carbon emission. The contribution by India is very, very less compared to the developed nations. So what I am feeling is it's not a pressure on us to limit this emission before development. Please.
Yes, sir. Just 1 second before you answer. He's going to answer that question. Any other questions? We want to take it on very quickly so that we don't lose. Oh, there is a student out there. I want to throw this mic up to you.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's coming to you. Yeah, we should allow them to ask. Thornburg, yeah.
Am I audible? Yeah, I have a couple of questions with like electrification of planes. So like as someone, like my dad drives an electric car and there are a multitude of problems with that. The main thing is the charging infrastructure. Like Sir said that we can use electric planes in short-term trips that are very like short in distance. But like for smaller scale airports where they go, but then what are we going to do about the charging infrastructure there? Because as is, like, we are struck in summers, you can see that the grid struggles to keep up with the power demands. What if you add like 10, 20 kilowatts on top of that coming from the airports? And like, because most of the
Your second question, please.
Most of the power that is coming from there is not sustainable. Like a majority of Delhi's power comes from burning coal only. So if we're using electric planes, but that electricity itself is coming from burning fossil fuels, can we really call it sustainable in that matter?
Amazing. What's your name, sir?
So Samrit.
So nice, Samrit. Any other question? There was a couple of other questions. Quickly, before we. He's actually holding on.
Thank you. Taking us a bit off the topic to the future aspect in economics, I wanted to ask that right now the prices of the tickets, the airlines are already very high. And I think these upgrades might even increase the prices. And for the lower middle class, it might be very difficult to even think about the planes. So, and the airlines need the passengers. So why would they want to ship if they won't get the passengers? And how can we decrease the prices and at the same time bring the upgrades? So.
Okay.
Yeah,
Any other? Oh God, there is one more. Varun, is it okay, Bible? Okay, thank you.
Thanks for allowing that.
Praveen, you're overruled.
Yeah, so my question is not specific to anybody. So we have all listened to this wonderful talk majorly based on fuels and how transformation in the field of fuels is the way to sustainability. But my question is that what other than fuels are we seeing technology-wise in the field of sustainability? As in, are we looking at making lighter flights or regenerative energy or maybe the path dynamics of the aircraft, or have we saturated in those fields?
Your name, sir?
My name is Vatsal.
Very nice, Vatsal. Any other questions? No other? Oh yeah, there is one more. See, I wanted to say that you will not be allowed lunch. Yeah.
Sir, I would like to know from yourself and Mr. Varun that what as a company Ernst & Young and Accenture are doing towards this, because obviously sustainable aviation and all requires a lot of research and all, and where a country and the youth is headed towards the IT sector as a majority, but this requires research. So what is it doing to encourage the young minds and all for this field?
I'm so thankful to you. You shot an arrow right at my heart. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very good question. I mean, you keep talking all this nonsense. What are you doing yourself? So, I think that was a very good question. So, you see, consultants like Ernst & Young and Accenture, these are global consultants. So, if I talk about Ernst & Young, we are 21,000 strong in India itself. We have a very clear roadmap on sustainability within our premises for the people to use. And when we talk of aviation, of course, we have experts in our systems in terms of performance improvement, process improvement, in terms of how we can make cleaner machines, how we can use AI, ML, and other things so that we can make it more efficient than what it is. So if a machine has to run for, let's say, 20 hours and produce an output, can it do the same output in about 3 hours, 4 hours? So that's the type of thing we do, which of course contributes to sustainability. And in terms of aviation, what we probably do is we ignite minds like yours. So with that, I will request Mr. Sandeep to answer. No more questions, please, because after that lunch will be at peril. If you have, I'll still allow. So I think you wanted to, please.
Sir, you asked about the Indian Air Force aircraft and commercial aircraft. But one aircraft from New Delhi to New York, it carries 135 tons of fuel in one sector. And you are compared with the Indian Air Force. How can you compare the commercial aircraft and the fighter aircraft?
I really don't know how I can compare, but I'll tell you a comparison. Commercial aircraft normally flies at cruise speeds.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, and when you talk of fighter jets, they really burn everybody around, including the fuel. So, we need to have this thing in our mind that after all, when we talk of sustainability, like I think who mentioned, I'm forgetting it, but holistic approach, I think Mr. Garg mentioned that. Holistic approach is required. And I think so. I think you should answer the questions, and I think I'll have to call it off because I will get more uncomfortable questions from this exciting audience. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kubair. And sorry, I didn't get your name earlier. Anil? Chandiram. Okay, great. Mr. Chandiram, great question. And some of the questions that audience has, I think I will. I'm not going to answer all of them, but let me tell you what. the fuel efficiency of an aircraft, as you know, improves over time. Boeing can tell you, Havilland can tell you, Airbus can tell you. For example, if you all remember, there used to be a plane called Jumbo Jet with the 4 engines. When Boeing reduced those to 2 engines, the plane has a efficiency of 30% less fuel burn. And from that 777, when they moved down to a 787, that gives additional 20% less fuel burn. Today's aircraft, if you look at from last 30 years, are pretty fuel efficient. India is also, and if you talk to OEMs like Pratt & Whitney and GE with their propulsion technology, as well as GE's LEAP engines, they're pretty fuel efficient, right? The thing is, now if you are saying renewing and upgrading a fleet that can reduce your cost of fuel, then why there's an issue of saying the ticket prices are going up? I think the question that you had about the ticket prices going up, please do look at 20 years ago what you were paying. You're probably paying half of the amount today on the ticket prices. So the question about, as we said earlier, the volume drives, the technology drives, these cost efficiencies will come. And when they come, it will pass on to a customer. Because as Mr. Bawa was talking earlier, the customer is the king. None of the OEMs will survive without that, right? Then also I want to say, you raised a question about 3%. I want to have it, think about this way. Before the pandemic, because the numbers, the pandemic crushed every other details. Before the pandemic, aviation was growing at the emissions that we say were reducing at 3%. Overall, aviation emissions were just reducing at 3%. But the demand was growing at 5%. And that most of the demand was coming from countries like India and China. India has taken number 3 position from number 7, 3-4 years ago. So you can see it's not the question of why we should not have India growing at 10%, 20%. No, India will grow, definitely will grow. But at the same time, we have to look at it, whether this growth is sustainable or not. Please tell me how many airlines in India makes money today. Right? Your sustainability is very important because your economic sense has to be there too. And with that, using the technology, making sure, we talk about the environmental impact. You coming to Delhi airport, forget aviation pollution. Look at the Gurgaon, the traffic jam that we get every day. Look at that pollution. US has done that mistake. They built big car parks around the airport so people can come and park their cars. But now you look at JFK, you look at LaGuardia, you look at the other airports in US, public transport.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Lot of a quick wind up and then I want to close.
Yeah, I'm just going to wrap that up quickly. Club those 2 questions and the students. On your point on infrastructure, you're correct, but I think we should have some faith. There will be that infrastructure from once this gets going into more scalable versions of electric flights. As for the question on coal and having it moved outside the city, you're completely correct. Electric flights and electric batteries, in a sense, they're getting electricity from somewhere, right? And you're just moving the carbon dioxide from one place to another. So you have to get more sustainable ways of generating that electricity instead of just moving it around different parts of the country and killing other things instead of humans. Just wrap it up. The only sustainable way to fly at the time being is not to fly at all. So you have to figure out a way to get sustainable. And on a closing note, before the advent of electricity, the biggest issue was people thought cities would be full of shit because there were only horse tracks everywhere. They had no idea that we would be flying one day. And so the human beings could not dream the future where we're stuck at this phase right now. So I'm just thinking that give it some time, let it be all scalable. there will be a chance and we will get a better future ahead. I hope that was fast enough for you.
Thank you. I'm sure the young minds out there are pretty satisfied. I want to, I stood up, there was a reason. You should be perceived to be trying to close it. Though I don't want to close it, but I wanted everybody to perceive, at least the organizers, that I'm not exceeding the time, therefore I stood up. So I just want to close with two remarks. One is from our Prime Minister. The Prime Minister urged the people to adopt a lifestyle that is in tune with the planet and does not harm it. Mission Life borrows from the past, operates in the present, and focuses on the future. Reduce, reuse, recycle are the concepts woven into our life. The circular economy has been an integral part of our culture and lifestyle, he said. I thought I wanted to imbibe his, because he's got very clear ideas how to take the country forward. I think we are going towards a 5 trillion economy at 11% growth, a 7% inflation, while single-digit inflation, while the other economies, even the advanced economies, are at double-digit. So I think that's a very good thing. And talking about greed, I will do honor to an invocation from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and I think it's good for all of us. It is for the students, it's for all of us. Kama esha, krodha esha, rajoguna samudbhavaha, mahashano mahapapma, viddhi iha ina vairina. What Lord Krishna tells Arjuna is Kama. Kama is greed, lust, krodha, anger, and that desire which comes from that. Rajoguna, it's a part of passion. You go through that. Samudbhava, it emanates from there. Mahashano, it is very, very endeavoring. It will keep on asking you to do it again and again. Mahapapma, it's most sinful. Viddhi iha inavain, these are your enemies. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You've been an excellent audience, and thank you, Varun, for allowing us another 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you, panel. I think it was an excellent panel with legal inputs, with input from Varun, with input from Mr. Sandeep Bell and Mr. Yogesh Garg. Thank you so much. And 3 cheers to AVIAKUL. Andy, I think you and your team are doing such an excellent job, and this has been a great initiative that you've taken forward. I think a standing ovation to AVIAKUL.
Thank you, everyone. I hate to be the villain here, but I was so interested that I started sitting down and taking notes. I saw the panelists. I have so many questions, but I believe I'll take them to lunch and let them have the lunch, and then I'll have the questions with them personally. I'm very happy that they resonated. Whatever the concept that we wanted to come out, it came out. So I'm very happy, and thank you for the all valuable contributions that you have made, sir. The panel is truly interesting, and I am sorry to be the villain here, but I have to be the villain. Thank you so much. Now, stealing 5 minutes of your time. Only in instances like this, we can make some valuable and memorable informations and introductions. One such is about an Olympic medalist who is lesser known in our neighborhood, who is just the next door girl. Mukh Badir Mata Pita, Gaurav Sharma and Preeti Sharma. Gauranshi Sharma, the child daughter of Gaurav Sharma and Preeti Sharma. In Bhopal, in the early age, she was taught to play badminton by her father, and she was 5 to 6 years old. She was watching other kids play badminton, and then she saw Saina Nehwal, PV Sindhu playing badminton on the table. She wanted to learn badminton, but the coach said, we can't teach her as they don't know their sign language. So for that, her parents met Yashodhara Raj Singla, who was the Khel Mantri, and they met her and she helped them in learning badminton. She learned playing badminton for 4 years. Then she reached national level and had a lot of matches. Then she went to the international tournament, which was held in Thailand. 2022, 5th of May, Brazil Olympics, for the differently able. She has won a gold medal for India. Prime Minister and all other ministers respected her and called her. Like even Prime Minister Modi called upon himself. Ekalavya Award was given to her. She has been chosen for Vikram Award too. 1 month ago, she won a bronze medal too in ASEAN in Thailand. So I take this opportunity to introduce such a personality, such as young girl who is taking laurels for the country. Andy Bhaiya, I'm just requesting you to be on the stage.
It's my pleasure and honor to welcome you. Few words from you, please. Oh, sorry, we need. Yeah, please.
भारत माता की वंदे। आज आप सबके बीच आकर गौरांशी बहुत खुश है। मुझसे बहुत देर से जो आप लोग चर्चा कर रहे थे तो मुझसे पूछे जा रही थी कि क्या हो रहा है, क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या प्रोग्राम है, ये लोग क्या करना चाहते हैं, आगे क्या करना चाहते हैं। तो गौरांशी मुझसे भी चर्चा कर रही थी इस बारे में। बड़ी खुश है कि देश हमारा तरक्की कर रहा है और बहुत फ्यूचर के लिए आगे ब्राइट मतलब उज्जवल भविष्य देख रहा है। गौरांशी कह रही थी कि आज का जो भारत है गरीबी ज़्यादा है, गांव ज़्यादा है। तो जैसे आज कहीं मुसीबत आ जाती है, घर में कोई बीमार हो गया अचानक तो वो जा नहीं सकता, मतलब यहाँ तक कि मौत हो जाती है, वो पहुँच ही नहीं पाता है हॉस्पिटल। तो अगर ऐसी व्यवस्थाएं हों और छोटी छोटी जगहों पे भी छोटे एयरपोर्ट बने, छोटे प्लेन उड़े तो वो सब आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और बच सकती है, जाने बच सकती हैं। और थोड़ा जो महंगा भी है अपने यहाँ भी इंडिया में, मतलब इतना आसान नहीं है, तो इसकी मतलब रेट्स भी कम होनी चाहिए, थोड़ी इकोनॉमिक हो जाए। और क्या कहना चाहती है गौरांशी? भारत देश के लिए अभी मई में ही गोल्ड मेडल जीत के आई है ओलंपिक में ब्राजील जाके, और पिछले महीने 2 ब्रॉन्ज मेडल एशिया में भी जीत के आई है। वही जो मैंने बोला था कि छोटी छोटी जगहों पर छोटे एयरपोर्ट बन जाए और छोटी फ्लाइट भी उड़े तो बहुत अच्छा होगा। बीमार लोग उड़ नहीं पाते हैं, कैसे जाएं, कैसे पहुंचे, वो लोग मतलब पॉसिबल ही नहीं हो पाता है उन लोगों के लिए सोचना। तो थोड़ा इसके विषय में वो अपनी चर्चा हुई थी, आप लोग भी चर्चा कर ही रहे थे इस बारे में। बहुत अच्छा होगा अगर ऐसा हो आगे भविष्य में। तो वो कहना चाहती कि वो जो बच्चे हैं आगे देश का भविष्य जो बैठे हैं, आप लोग ऐसी डेवलपमेंट करिए कि ऐसा सपना भी अपना पूरा हो। और जो ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल इसके हाथ में है, भारत देश इसमें भी अपना ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट बने कि वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 एयरक्राफ्ट अगर है तो भारत में है। और छोटी छोटी जगह भी अपन सब प्लेन उतार रहे हैं, मतलब क्या बोलूं इसको, मतलब नंबर 1 बनना चाहिए अपना भारत हर क्षेत्र में, ये चाहती है गवर्नमेंट। वही कह रही हो कि जैसे ओलंपिक का गोल्ड मेडल मैंने जीता है, आप लोग भी इस क्षेत्र में गोल्ड मेडल लेके आए। गौरांशी कह रही है मुझे आवाज नहीं आती है, तो ताली ना बजा के दोनों हाथ ऐसे ऐसे हवा में करिए, बड़ा खुश होते हैं लोग। गौरांशी के माता पिता भी मुख बधिर हैं, यही बैठे हैं। मैं चाहूंगा एक बार उनसे भी परिचित कराऊं। बहुत संघर्ष करके गौरांशी को इस मुकाम पे पहुंचाए हैं। वो दोनों भी मुख बधिर हैं, ना वो दोनों सुनते हैं ना ये सुनती है। गौरव शर्मा, प्रीति शर्मा।
जब तक वो आते हैं, मैं एक मैसेज देना चाहता हूँ, आप इसको जरूर बताइए कि भारत के अंदर भी जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी की रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी स्कीम है वो इसके विजन से मैच करती है। और वहाँ पर 200 एयरपोर्टों का जो बनाने का सपना है वो इसके सपने से मैच कर रहा है, तो कंट्री इज वर्किंग फॉर रिजल्ट।
वो कह रही बहुत अच्छा होगा, मोदी से भी मिली थी ये थोड़े दिन पहले। थैंक यू सर।
We have an Olympic gold with us here. As an organizer, we do a lot of events and we do end up doing events. But this is one moment where I felt, okay, we have done something a little good here, using the opportunity. So I take this as a lesson for myself that not every conference is just about speaking; it's about doing also. So thank you, Vaibhav. Thank you, Shreyesh. Thank you, India, for giving this opportunity, or thank the organizing for creating this opportunity so that we can use this opportunity. Thank you so much. And with this, we wind up for the lunch, and we will resume in an hour. Thank you so much. With a 45 plus years of aviation career experience that spans aircraft maintenance, quality management, safety management, lease management, training and skill development, Shri Ashwini Ji has earned accolades from industry captains, international and international aviation regulators, peers and associates. We are truly honored by your presence, sir. I request Shri Ashwini Ji to deliver his lecture on sustainability in aviation, perspectives and challenges.
Good afternoon, everybody. After lunch session is a very interesting session because the speaker's endeavor is to find a person whose eyes are open and move from a person whose eyes are slowly closing to the next person whose eyes are open. Anyway, jokes apart, I'm happy to be here. I was regular at all aviation conferences till the COVID pandemic hit us, and then everything moved online. There was the webinars came into being, so one went through a lot of webinars, but I always prefer physical presence in conferences because of the one-to-one contact which person can establish with the audience, and this rapport gives a lot of satisfaction, at least to the person who is delivering a lecture. Which that feeling, same feeling you do not get in webinars. I'm sure people here would agree with me, those who attend webinars regularly. Now, today I've been asked to speak on the topic of sustainability. And a lot of eminent and knowledgeable people have already spoken on the subject. So what I say might appear a bit, dim or a bit, diluted. And I would like to start with the basics. What is sustainability? And let us see the definition of sustainability. Next one. So my lecture would be something on these lines, that what is sustainability and what are 6 R's of sustainability, some of which were mentioned by Colonel Kuber with respect to our Honorable Prime Minister. He has also said 3 of the R's in his speeches. What are the perspectives? Now I am not an expert on sustainable aviation per se,
I will only lay down certain perspectives here for food for thought for the audience here, very knowledgeable audience. And challenges, we are all by and large aware of the challenges, and when we come to it, it was mentioned by one of the speakers, Mr. Pankaj Dubey. He laid down one of the most important challenge for electric aircraft. So that I will mention or repeat, and then some conclusions will be drawn from that. Next, please. What is sustainability? If we see the Oxford English Dictionary, the grand dame of English dictionaries, it says it's the use of natural products and energy in a way that does not harm the environment, which is quite relevant. The Cambridge Dictionary defines it the quality of being able to continue for a long time, and then it qualifies in the environment context the quality of causing little or no damage to the environment and therefore able to continue for a long time, which is quite straightforward. This is what we all understand from sustainability. Next, please. Right, now coming to the 6 R's of sustainability. The first one is reinvent or reimagine. In simple language, basically whatever you do connects with the nature. Reuse, that means no single use. And when we say no single use, period, no single use, and it goes from milk bottles to hypodermic syringes. Now, we can always go back to the old type of hypodermic being used by physicians, they had a small little boiler kind of contraption in which those syringes were laid down and the water was continuously boiling, keeping them sterile all the time, glass syringes. And he would pick out those with a forceps because it would be very hot otherwise, and then he would, take the medicine in that from the vial and inject. And then it will go back into that and again become sterile because of the steam and boiling water. So instead of using millions of disposable syringes which then end up in landfills, and not many hospitals, at least in India, responsibly dispose of the bio-waste. Some big ones may be doing it, but the smaller ones, the clinics, the rural area hospitals, they do not responsibly dispose of the bio-waste, and so it can even cause illnesses for people who scavenge for plastics from the landfills, etc. So even that would be avoided. Reduce, nothing much to be said about it. You have to decrease our waste production. So waste per person differs from a developed nation. It could be 4 or 5 kilos a day to in India it could be in a few grams or half a kg per person. So more waste we reduce, more sustainable we become. And refuse, we say refuse, we say no unless it's a life-threatening situation. Recycle, we recycle only as a last resort. And repair, don't buy new unless one can't be used. That is, in the aviation parlance, we are very clear about what BER stands for, beyond economical repair. So now, points 5 and 6 are an antithesis to aviation. When it comes to aviation, everything should be new or near new. So the question of recycling and repairing is not prominent. It does not take center stage. Most of the time, we would like to use something new. I remember I was working on the extra section flight which carries Prime Ministers and President of India, and the question of tires came up. And the Blue Book, which defines the procedures for preparing the extra section flight for President or Prime Minister of India, it specifies that the tires that are to be used on the aircraft, and Mr. Rawat would know it very well, have to be either new or they have to be only one retreading. Though in the industry up to 4th or 5th retreaded tires are also considered airworthy and are routinely fitted on aircraft. But for this particular flight, we wanted to be safer than the safe, so only new or R1. First, retreated once would only be permitted. Otherwise, it cannot be installed on that. And at times, Boeing 747, which was being used, that had 18 tires, including the 2 nose wheels. So you had to find 18 new tires, or mixture of new and one retreated tires. So this used to be quite a challenge for us. Of course, money was not an issue because the extra section flight was completely funded by Government of India. Air India never saw that money though, and one of the reasons Air India went down because it was only a ministry to ministry transfer. So we never saw that money coming into Air India. But the fact remains that it was quite a drain finding a new or R1 status tires, so on and so forth. So what the point I'm making is that recycle and repair is contrast to the belief that we've been drilled into an aviation engineer in the aviation background that everything should be as new as possible or close to new as possible. Next. Now, perspectives of, now these are some figures which are there, ATAG on the internet, anybody can see that, they are in public domain. And these are the perspectives which I want to leave with people here and to the public at large, that what are we worried about aviation polluting the atmosphere or causing carbon dioxide, carbon footprint, etc., etc. We are only 2% of the entire carbon that is produced. So if we are producing only 2%, why are we bothered? Why should we bother about it that much? Let us fix the 98% first. Because if 2% thing is bad, it's not going to drastically change anything or harm anything. This is the 98% that's harming you. That's harming everything. So let's fix the 98% first. Now here's another perspective here. We are talking of electric vehicles. Buzzword is electric vehicles. You change over from your fossil fuel gulping, internal combustion engine car to an electric vehicle. So it reduces the carbon footprint, and everybody is very happy about it. Now there are challenges with that also, which I have come into my latest slides. But the issue here is that, is electric vehicle a new phenomenon? Has it only come about 20 years ago when the climate change or the disasters associated with climate change were recognized? No sir, it is not the case. Electric vehicles have been around for more than half a century. And they were, even at that point of time, considered, acknowledged as a great replacement for internal combustion engine, for fossil fuel burning IC engines. Why didn't they succeed? Why haven't we replaced all the cars in the world by electric vehicles if we knew 50 years ago that we can do it and it is possible, it is doable? Well, it didn't happen because the oil companies didn't allow it to happen. It's the oil companies that have so far successfully sabotaged the electric vehicle industry, and that is a fact. And they are so powerful that they can do all that they have done and more. Now they have taken a back seat, or they are keeping slightly low profile because of the extreme disasters that are happening in the world around us. Now you people must have known that last month or 3 weeks ago, our neighboring country, a small country, Pakistan, 2/3 of the entire landmass of the country was inundated in water. It was under knee-deep to neck-deep water. 2/3 of the entire landmass of the country. Now, can you believe that such a thing can happen? That has already happened, and because of these things and even then our friends in America, Uncle Sam, wouldn't have taken any notice. Something is happening in Pakistan, good, they are bad people, let it happen there. Why have they taken notice, Uncle Sam? Because of maybe the disastrous forest fires that is happening in California, burning millions of hectares of forests in America, and virgin forests in America. So that is closer to home. Now it is the heat is coming, and it is, they are getting singed by that heat. And that's the reason that Uncle Sam has, taken notice of it. And we are seeing that the great oil companies, they have taken a little back step. They have moved a little backward and allowed us the luxury of, replace cars with electric vehicles. But that's not going to happen very quickly. Okay, let me move on, otherwise we run out of time. 80% of the aviation fuels, particularly the sustainable aviation fuels, are best for achieving industry climate targets. Great. But again, I'm sounding like a prophet of doom here and maybe giving a very negative perspective, but then it's a perspective. Electric aircraft, the size of 747, even the size of Boeing 737, Airbus 320 is not going to happen in our lifetime, in my lifetime, in some of your lifetime also. We are only dreaming about it. And the reason for that is one of the challenges Pankaj Dubey mentioned. It is the power density of the batteries. Right now, the best power density of the lithium-ion batteries, Tesla is the number one in the world, is about 280 Wh per kilogram. That is the power density that is being achieved. That is the best which the technology can give. That's the top of the line cutting edge technology, that is 280. Now, to able to make an aircraft the size of 737 or Airbus 320, you need minimum 500 Wh by kg. So you need to double it. And what is the technology capable of at the moment? Now these are best estimates. Nobody knows. 5% in a year, you can increase the power density. So you have to double it, you have to take it from 260, 270 to 500. You need 10, 12 years. So for another 12 years, you can forget it. And those are the best case scenarios. So my take on this is, unless there is a quantum leap, there can always be a great invention somewhere. Somebody can come up with a great idea of a battery which is, 1/10 the weight and gives the 10 times the power. That can happen. Let's not rule anything out. But at present, the way things are, in my lifetime at least, and some of you guys' lifetime, it's not going to happen. We are not going to see electric aircraft which the size of Boeing 737, Airbus 320, Embraer 195, Bombardier, ATR, flying the Indian skies or skies anywhere in the world, carrying passengers, even for 2 to 3 hour journeys. Yes, small aircraft, single seaters, 10 seaters, 20 seaters, going 500 kilometers with an electric engine or with sustainable aviation fuel is within the realms of possibility. That will happen. But that's not going to make aviation, right now 3 or 2% of Indians fly, and the rest 97% are not going to fly on electric aircraft. We can forget about it. So let's look at that. I come back to my original point. Let's leave aviation where it is. Aviation has achieved a lot. As I said, 80% of the fuel, the aircrafts have become so hugely fuel efficient from what they were in 1960s when I started my career in aviation. Somebody mentioned the 777 and then 787, 30% fuel. Mr. Sandeep Bahal mentioned it. 70% fuel efficiency we had achieved. That's great. Maybe we can ramp it up to another 10%, 20%, and leave the aviation where it is. And let's not meddle with it and try to, do the impossible. That's not going to happen. Okay, just another pie chart, and it just tells you that how much the aircraft, among the transportation category, pollution, responsible for pollution, 9% there. There also the light vehicles and the medium and heavy duty vehicles make up about 82%. So we got to fix that, and we would have fixed the environment rather than going for 2% of the total carbon footprint or 9% of the pollution, rather than focusing on that. And mind you, electric propulsion, the battery is lithium ion, is the same whether you put it in a car or you put it in an aircraft. So instead of, when you put some of those batteries on board electric aircraft, you got to take it out from somewhere else, and that is from where? From the cars. So Toyota or Volkswagen or Mercedes will produce less electric vehicles so that Boeing, Airbus, Bombardier, Embraer can make a little more electric aircraft. So you see another slide I will show that the raw materials for making batteries are also finite. Fossil fuels are finite, but we have been going with them for more than 50 years now, from 1950 onward at least. 70 years we have been going on. But the raw materials for the batteries which will power the electrical vehicles or electrical aircraft are finite. Graphite, lithium, all these things. So what are you going to strike a balance anyway? Where do you use it for? So better to use it for the percentage that is more harmful than the percentage which is very little and is less harmful. So that makes sense. Next. Okay, graphite is the primary component for making anodes in a lithium-ion battery. As of now, there is a deficit of 20,000 tons. Mark my words, 20,000 tons in graphite production. At the moment, world is short of 20,000 tons of graphite. Price of graphite has grown from $530 per ton to $825 in just 10 months. And it's going to peak at 1,000. So you have to see at the cost also. So the electrification is coming at a cost. It is not coming free. Next. Let's look at lithium. Now each electric vehicle, now we are talking about electric vehicles because aircraft there is no data, at least I could not find any, needs 8 kilograms of lithium. Current annual production of lithium is 85,000 tons, 85K tons. World needs 2 billion electric vehicles to achieve carbon neutrality, net zero. There is only enough lithium to make 14 billion electric vehicles. So what are we talking about? Now, at this point, let's pause, and I'll give you some more perspectives. Let us leave the Olympic motto to Olympics. What is the Olympics motto? Citius, Altius, Fortius. Higher, faster, stronger. Right? So, we have been trying, humankind has been trying to go faster and higher for the last 50 years, right? From Wright brothers flyer aircraft to Boeing 747 and to Concorde, faster, stronger, and higher. And doing that, we have ruined the private atmosphere, whatever you call it, environment. So let's slow down. Let's all slow down a bit. As human beings, as humankind, let's slow down. Why should we leave the Olympics to Olympics? No, every 4 years you become stronger, faster, and higher. Rest of the time, say slower, lower, and weaker. And don't harm the environment in the first place. How about that? Why don't we start walking to office instead of walking on the treadmill? Just a food for thought. After coming, you drive in your 2-liter Honda Accord or Honda Amaze car, go to your office, go through the traffic, pollute the atmosphere, come back in your car, and then you rush to the gym, and then you walk on the treadmill, right? So instead, walk on the treadmill, go to the office walking. Instead of walking on the treadmill, walk on the road, walk on the footpath, and go to the office walking. You will not harm the atmosphere. I'm just giving perspectives. Don't take me very seriously, and I'm not a prophet of doom. I'm just telling that you see, at the end of the day, there is an old English hackneyed adage which says charity begins at home, right? So if the charity begins at home, let us start doing it. I, me, myself, let us start doing our bit. And one of that is that let's walk to the office instead of walking on the treadmill. Just a perspective. Okay. So, okay, next slide, please. Okay, we come back to where we started. So there are many more slides, but I think my time is already, I have all time. Okay, so I'll give you a few more perspectives. Let us not blunder from one catastrophe to another. Mr. Bahal mentioned that developed nations made a mistake. Pardon them their mistake. They made a mistake, yes, they made a mistake, but I don't agree with him fully. They made a mistake that they ruined the atmosphere for their comforts, and now they want to pass on the cost to the developing nations. But do you know that in America, the people there, living there, they are still driving 3.5, 4-liter trucks, AMC trucks, GMC trucks, I don't know what do you call them, just to go to the supermarket or to drop their kids at school and bringing them from school. Now, do they need to drive a 4-liter engine vehicle burning fossil fuel? Again, ruining the environment? No, they don't have to. So I don't know, it was a very notorious character, Osama bin Laden, I think, who called America the Great Satan, or people of his ilk. Now that may have been said in a different context, but probably that nomenclature is very, very apt and suitable for America. America is a great Satan for environment, right? In the initial time, they did not know that they were ruining the atmosphere when they did all what they did. But now they know. Now there are forest fires burning in California, in Los Angeles. So if they know that, now why they are still using 4-liter engine trucks just to drop kids at school? Because they can afford to do it. Who is there to make noise about it? And if the forest fires also or some catastrophe happens anywhere in the world, it's the poor people who die. Now I might sound like a liberal here. I'm not a liberal, but I might sound like one. It's at the end of the day, whatever is happening bad due to climate change is happening to the poor of the world, not to the rich people. Even if the rich man's mansion gets burned, he has enough money to buy another one the next day in another place. So it's basically the poor people who are suffering. So again, the Americans, because they are the richest, they couldn't care less. Now, already I mentioned the floods, devastating floods in Pakistan and many other areas of the world. These things are already happening. We are talking of 2030 carbon neutrality, 2040, 2070. This country will do this country will do that. In another 20 years, 30 years, etc. We are talking of that. But the catastrophe is happening right now as we speak. It's not going to wait for another 2030, 2040. There may be another devastating, flood somewhere else in the world, putting the entire country underwater. As I said, 2/3 of the Pakistan landmass was underwater. And they are not recovered from it. Pakistan's economy probably will never recover from this situation. They'll probably go bankrupt. They were already on the verge of bankruptcy, they will probably go bankrupt. So it's already happening. So can we, give it a little bit philosophical thought to this sustainability business? Is there somebody up there whose design it is? Is all this happening due to somebody's grand design? Who is that somebody? We are all God-fearing people in this country, of course. So is the God has a design for this? Does God has a plan to reboot the universe, the world? Give it a thought. I might sound a little bit, awkward here or odd here, but I'm just giving you perspective, and that's what my intention was of this lecture, was to give you certain perspectives. And so maybe it is somebody's grand design that is unfolding before us. And if that is the case, then there is precious little we can do. We can try a lot. We can try doing a lot, but not much. We can succeed against the grand super. There may be some atheist here, but they also would understand that there is a power. There is a superpower which runs this world. God-fearing among us knows that it's God, Allah, Bhagwan, so Vashra or somebody else who runs this world. So maybe it's his grand design. So let's not come in the way of that grand design and let things happen as they are. Yes, of course, we cannot be, unmindful of the fact that situation is going from bad to worse. But then, for that, I come back to my original proposition that let us not look at aviation industry, governments, regulators to do the thing for us. Let's start doing it ourselves, reduce our waste production, start walking on the road to work instead of walking on the treadmill in the office, and things like that. I'm sure if all of us responsibly start looking at the 6 hours of environment protection, the world will become a better place. But carbon neutrality, net zero may not happen in my lifetime. As I said earlier, I don't know, Pankaj may not disagree with me. In my lifetime, I don't see a 737 size aircraft flying on electric propulsion. At least I don't see. And the challenge, I just quoted the battery density that you mentioned. I just put some figures on it. Yours was right, put some figures on it. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the essence of my presentation. I can go on and on. I love the sound of my own voice, but somebody has to tell me to shut up, and somebody here is telling me to shut up. So, look at it from this point of view, that environment protection is everybody's responsibility. In aviation, I mean, my punchline used to be, my buzzword used to be, safety is everybody's responsibility. That we say in aviation. Now, if from a general, comprehensive, all-encompassing perspective, I can say that environment protection, pollution, less pollution is everybody's responsibility. Charity begins at home. Let's start doing our bit rather than looking at governments. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I am the villain everywhere, and unfortunately, it is my job to do. And so, thank you so much, sir. Sir has proven that knowledge may give the path, but it is the wisdom that gives the perspective. And thank you so much for a thought-provoking lecture on perspectives and sustainability, because it's not just the eco-friendly sustainability or financial sustainability that we talk about. It's also about how to think about it, from which point to think about it. That is also a true game changer, I would say. Now, moving on, I call upon Shri Bhargav Ramana Rai, co-founder and chief executive officer, Marutsaka Aerospace and Aviation. He holds an MBA degree in aviation business management from Jain University, Bengaluru, along with leadership certificate program from Ivy Business School, University of Western Ontario, Canada, and a bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad. I request Shri Bhargav Ramana Rai to deliver his lecture on technology, a smart tool in sustainability. Same is yours, sir.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Praveen. Well, it's been, it's going to be a challenge to me because it's post-lunch session. So I will not take much time than what is being allotted as well. I know it's 15 minutes, but I'll be going through the short and simple speech to the point. My point is the technology, a smart tool in sustainability. Sustainability is something which is being spoken since morning. In various ways we have been discussing about. This thought of mine, how we can look at technology, which is something which I got during the pandemic time, where we started searching about the ways. In fact, the company which I had is an L&D company where we conduct various training programs. The challenge which popped in my head, or which was hitting on my head, is the pandemic. That time we were unable to conduct any of the training programs. Or we cannot meet also, in fact. I mean, all of us were locked in certain space. So then the solution was through video conferencing, which for a long time all of us have been through the training programs. I started thinking on in which way we can contribute for the sustainability or for certain holding up of the spirit of the people who are into the aviation. This I started thinking because as a learning and development company's head, people started, I mean the students or the learners who take our courses started reaching out and saying, what is going to be our future? Aircrafts are grounded. There are many organizations which are giving data, saying that for these many years, it's not going to recover, there won't be this recovery rate, this, that, and all. So hearing all those things, then I thought there should be certain, I mean, when certain significant event happens, we come across certain milestones or certain, again, another significant events which will give solutions. I thought there should be some innovation which could give a solution. That's where again, we have collaborated with a French company, which is Force Air, Smart Airport Systems, which mainly works or focuses on something called paperless airports. Eco-friendly for that matter. What is we do here? I just want to give a small briefing about it. Can I go to the next slide? That's great. Next slide. This I will tell at the end. Yeah. And the next slide. So, next slide. Yeah. This is an information management system which enables you to take control on the air side. I mean, most of the innovations at that time were mainly in the passenger front. I agree there was a lot of requirement to bring in the passengers back who were stranded at various places. There were a lot of smart air travel. We have also heard of this something called smart air travel, paperless air travel on the passenger front. We gave a thought, and this is something like the management system on the airside operations, maintenance of the airport, total airport management systems, which makes the entire airport by integrating all the departments. Something like you must be hearing this word, something called airport in a box, which is the new concept emerging in terms of the analytics of the data, where all the departments are integrated into one dashboard, and you can handle the operations by sitting in one place. That is this. We did successfully implement this in the airport called Cochin International Airport. Cochin International Airport, again, as a part of sustainability, when we make a point, I've been hearing, we all have been hearing about the fuel line of talk and many other areas of talk. One more concept which the Indian airports does, we should certainly appreciate the airports for doing this. In fact, for that matter, Cochin Airport is the UN Earth Champion Award recipient in the year 2018 for becoming 100% usage. They use 100%, they run on solar power. Whenever we travel on the airport, we can see on either sides of the airport it will be written that sun powers the airport. Besides which, there's also something called, the agrivoltaic technology which they use. With which you develop the vegetables there, with which you grow the vegetables there from the water which is being used to cool the solar cells. Isn't it something called sustainability? A wonderful sustainability which we have in the Indian airports. Besides which, there is also another concept which I would like to highlight at the moment in the Indian airports, which is our Bengaluru's airport. Bengaluru's airport does this is again, you call solar power, sun powers the airport, water powers the airport, I can say. Not in terms of power, but then an idiomatic expression I can use, because Bengaluru airport stands as water positive airport. So you save water more than what you use. Being demographically, it is being beneficial to this airport, and even Bengaluru airport does it 100% solar power. For that matter, besides Bengaluru, Cochin, Delhi airport also uses solar power. So not just the fuel aspect, but also the energy efficiency, modus operandi of an airport in everyday operations. These are some of those things which can benefit. In fact, this was that time where the focus was completely on the front of passengers. The employee front, where if an employee gets COVID positive, having an interaction, then they have to be restrained. They have to be, then what about the operations? Aviation industry, again, sustaining skilled manpower is a big challenge. Having right skilled manpower is again another challenge. So therefore, we worked on this, which is something can you go to the next slide, please? What are the areas which we have been working upon? Airside operations, fire service management, hazard management, shift management, vehicle inventory, stock management, documentation, everything is according to the ICAO compliant and the local aviation authorities compliant. It is being, who can input? The team, respective team, and as guided by the airport, the information will be taken and it will be disseminated to the concerned authorities by having a control with the authority, the number one of the airport. Next slide. What data can users input? Users can use it to identify the anomalies. Besides these things which I have been showing here, the recent advancement in the airport operations is your GRF RCR, global reporting format of the runway condition in the airport. For that, a person who does the runway inspection, or the surveillance officers or the runway inspection team which does it, once you take the data, put it in the software, you get the result published as per the complaint of ICAO. Next slide. This is one of the sample when there is some emergency, color changes, it triggers messages. It triggers messages to the right teams. It even integrates with the telephonic and it initiates the hotline communication so that the airport gets on board. Our main intention in doing something like this is to hold upon the the skilled manpower, mainly the people should avoid, it was that requirement. Over the time, it is being very helpful to the airports to integrate with different departments, and then now we are also in discussions with groups of airports where we are planning to put 4 to 5 airports in one dashboard, and the information can be seen immediately. A response can come. So the technology doesn't just harm; it also gives certain solutions and innovations which we can also observe through this example and through many examples which have been going through all the while since today. This is my input, and I would like to say thanks for giving me this opportunity. I'm looking forward to discuss with the people out here.
Can we have one question?
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
The ERP based backend, or it can be integrated with the company's ERP?
It can be integrated with the company's ERP. It can be integrated with the company's ERP. It is a SAS, software as a service module.
What ERP you are already tested and no clash with the ERP?
No clash with the ERP. Yeah.
No. What ERP you have already tested?
We have not got the requirement. The one airport which we are using right now is the Cochin International Airport, where they were not keen on integrating.
Using an ERP.
That they haven't disclosed us, sir. But they are not keen on it. There is another, this one, maybe one-on-one I can tell you the other airports with which we are discussing. Those airports are little keen on integrating it with an ERP. The one concern which we get is with ERP thing, and the other one is data. So data is again airport, as we all know, data of an airport is very confidential, and again, yeah, so there what do we say is that we show it to the airport saying that it is being disseminated to the right channels with their authorization only. And the data can be installed with the data centers in the airport premises itself, so the airport will have total control of the data of the software.
That's not a big issue. Blockchain nowadays.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Youngsters there? There were wonderful questions out there. I've been hearing. So in addition to this, what I want to tell is that, the intention of bringing up this product of mine and showing it is that the software technologies, not just the software which I own or which comes in, I mean to say the innovations or the technological integrations whichever is happening in aviation industry are quite dynamical. And when we see the skilled manpower, generally we see across the country people undergoing certain courses, in particular to customer service, terminal operations, airside operations. But the importance of AI, ML, data analytics, business analytics, is cyber security is very high, and the country certainly needs manpower in these areas. So the youngsters who are sitting here, the school children whom I have seen, that very smart in asking questions, should also look into these areas rather than just looking at aircraft as a flying machine or maybe as a dream to fly. The things behind will make it total airport management system. So the entire ecosystem, once it gets developed, that way that gets developed only when the skilled manpower comes. So all the generations out here, the upcoming generations or the Gen Zs who are all in front of here should be dynamic and should get upgraded continuously. Upskilling is one of such things, because sustainability of the human resources matters in this particular concept. So the students who were all upset those days when the pandemics were there, students who were all upset in those days, we will leave industry, we won't get any opportunities, goes to some other industry, then how about the human resources for the country? That remains as a question. So dynamic nature of understanding the requirement, understanding the innovations and coming out with a solution is what makes us to sustain ourselves and contribute to the ecosystem, I would say. And I sincerely thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And thanks to all for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. As you rightly said, any development that is not based on human index, it's not a development at all. Now, moving on to the next topic. I call upon Sri Thanigesh Arumugam Parthasarathi, Research Analyst, Frost & Sullivan. He is the Research Analyst at the BSIG team with experience in international market research and business strategy formulation involving primary and secondary market research in developing market model, market strategy formulation planning, broadcast modulations. I request Sri Thanigesh to deliver his lecture on Achieving Sustainability Through Urban Air Mobility Transportation Vision 2030. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Gunji. And it's always hard to be a finisher, and again, it's much harder when it is post-noon session, and it is again harder if I'm going to finish the session after following the people who have been having good experience, and their experience are equal to my age actually. So I'm just an analyst from Frost & Sullivan. As mentioned, we track the ongoing trends and upcoming trends in various sectors, and one such sector is the urban air mobility. So since morning we've been talking a lot about the aircrafts and the civil aviation part, but this particular segment, the urban air mobility, is about shortening the travel and shortening the people who are getting into the aircraft, and also the size of the aircraft. So this is a micro-mobility challenge, or the micro-mobility solutions that we are talking about when we talk about the urban mobility. This is a very nascent phase, but then there are developments and there are improvements on the sustainability angle also. We have touched upon those sustainability angle, and I've just made a gist of what we have done through our research. So initially we start off with the urban air mobility by segregating it into 3 different areas. One of that is suburban commute, which is the least level of demand. Why? Because the urban air mobility, as the name stands, it is for the urban mobility commute. But there are possibilities in the suburban commute as well, which is on the upfront of applications that I have mentioned to be specific, related to the last and middle mile connectivity and the air ambulance sectors. So those things could come under that particular segment. And the other two important areas are the shuttle services, and the other one is urban intra-city travel, which is traveling in between the cities as well as inside the cities as well when it comes to the urban mobility. So this is how we have segregated, and the applications that we have specified would give you an idea that the urban air mobility is not just transporting people but also transporting the cargo through the air transportation. And not just being that, but also the other applications. So moving on further, we have, in our particular study, we had segregated the urban air mobility into 4 different segments based on the operation and based on the type of vehicle that is being used. So out of that, we classified it as VTOL, lift cruise, and quadrotors and the helicopters. Why? Because we have chosen these 4 kinds is that the majority of applications and the majority of developments that's happening over here are in this particular area. So why this particular segmentation we have done is that this has a sustainability angle towards it. For example, the alternate fuels, if you take what are all the alternative fuels that is being developed in each and every area, we have tried to specify. And one more important challenge towards the sustainability curve when it comes to urban air mobility is that the noise challenge, the noise pollution. So what developments, the number of developments that's happening on the 4 different categories in terms of the noise, what are all the steps that companies are taking, companies are coming up by reducing the noise level. And when it comes to the manufacturing criticality, what do we mean is that we can club this manufacturing criticality to that of the modularity also. So when it comes to sustainability angle, when we talk about the manufacturing part, modularity comes a very important aspect wherein a particular vehicle or a particular be it an electric vehicle, be it an aircraft or whatever it is, the modularity will bring in the recycling ability, or easier recycling and replacing components will come into the modularity, because a particular component should be easier to get assembled and dismantled. So what are the researches that are going on in the aspects of modularity and the manufacturing capabilities? And the application areas, as mentioned earlier, what could be the possible application areas for these kind of vehicles in the urban air mobility? So this would give an idea about what's happening in the industry and what to look forward when it comes to the different kinds of transportation available with the urban air mobility. So next is about the eVTOL, which is why did we choose this is because the entire world, when we talk about moving towards electrifications and what's happening in urban air mobility aspects also, there are more developments on the eVTOL segment, which is the electric vertical takeoff landing type of vehicles. So most of the components and most of the type of vehicle that we have specified here has a significance towards sustainability also. So if we could take 2 of these examples, like the urban aeronautics and the Airbus, they have been researching on reducing the decibel or the noise pollution that the particular vehicle emits. So if you could see here, one particular company have brought it down to 78 decibel, the other particular company has brought it down to around 65 decibel, which is a greater improvement in terms of the sustainability angle. And when it comes to the Supernal, which is a collab with Hyundai, so there comes an angle of purpose-built vehicles or purpose-built aircrafts. So what is this purpose-built aircrafts brings to the sustainability angle is that the purpose-built aircrafts will have the components or the requirements that goes only specific to the applications that we have specified like earlier. These vehicles are not only going to use it for passenger transportation but also for cargo transportation. So a purpose-built design will bring the number of components and the essential components to get into the vehicle rather than having us typical design for a particular vehicle model. So this particular company has come up with that angle, and I'm mentioning about EHang is about they have a prototype ready and they've started the manufacturing, and there are a lot of orders pulling up in the sector of eVTOL. So this is a global perspective of what's happening in the industry and how it is getting signified towards the sustainability. And most of the companies that we have also primarily interviewed to those companies, what they have mentioned is that 30 to 40% of their operating revenues that goes to infrastructure building, and 40% goes to the manufacturing. And now today they're spending around 0.2% to 1% of their of their operating revenues towards sustainability. But many of the companies that we have interviewed, they have mentioned that they are ready to invest more on the sustainability upfront if the vehicles are getting commercialized. So that is a one takeaway that we wanted to give in terms of looking at the companies, what they are actually looking at the sustainability perspective. So moving on further, this is one particular case study on Zuri. This company is a Czech Republic based company which had come up with a sustainability design. When it comes to manufacturing a particular vehicle, today electric vehicles, of course they are going to be an alternate vehicle, but then the circular economy and the manufacturing practices getting sustainable is also very important. In that way, this particular company had come up with a eVTOL which has been made out of the flax-based material, which is a plant-based polymer, which they are using instead of the plastics that has been used for the interior design of the vehicle. So what this vehicle has brought about is it has reduced the 70% of plastics being used in the eVTOL, and it has also reduced the 50% of the weight of the vehicle, which again improved the efficiency of the vehicle. So in this way, and this vehicle is also a hybrid kind of vehicle which uses the hydrogen cell techniques. What basically gives advantage when it comes to the sustainability angle is that 95% of the cells, that is battery cells that are being used in this particular vehicle, can be recycled, and the 5% of the left out can also be reused. So that is one more advantage this particular vehicle is bringing up. So this is one idea, one initiative from a particular manufacturer which is giving out the sustainability angle when it comes to eVTOL, which is even in the very, very nascent phase of development. So companies are, what do we mean to say is that companies are looking forward towards sustainability even before the particular product is getting commercialized. So, as mentioned earlier, towards the sustainability, there are a lot of challenges when it comes to the urban air mobility perspective. But there are solutions that we have already discussed here. So, for example, the noise that we talked about, there are companies that are coming up with reducing the noise level, not drastically, but then continuous improvements, incremental reductions in the testings that has reduced the noise level. And when it comes to the security aspects as well, the companies that are looking out at the security aspects are bringing down or easing the manufacturing capabilities, and also the noise and rules and regulations that is being followed by many of the countries today. And when it comes to the fuel ranges, as mentioned earlier, the hybrid vehicles or the fuels or the particular vehicles that uses 2 or 3 kind of fuels in a particular vehicle itself, the vehicle range is getting increased. So that earlier when this particular segment was started, it was mainly focusing on the last mile delivery. But today, because the ranges are getting expanded, there are a lot of scope for middle mile delivery also, which means that connecting between the intercities are also possible because of these developments. And when it comes to the safety and takeoff and landing, the infrastructures that are being developed for the urban air mobility today are focusing on using the existing structures or using the existing malls or the ports, even the helipads which is existing today, to convert them into vertiports, which is again not just harming the environment, but also utilizing what is available today, and then getting trained or practice in the field which has been exposed to these kind of transportations, which gives another additional insight to what is happening today. And when it comes to safety angle, as mentioned earlier, the sustainability angle is is one we need to look into, and the other angle is about the safety angle. So companies today working on this urban air mobility, as far as the nascent phase, the governments are also pushing out for this particular safety regulations. So they face a challenge, but then instead of looking at as a challenge, these companies, they've started to provide solutions to those challenges by a particular vehicle that I mentioned earlier. It is capable of landing both in water and on the land. And it has an emergency facilities that is very equivalent, or it is even more safer than using a normal commuting EV vehicle. That's what the level of safety standards that these companies are bringing about. So these are the challenges, in terms of the achieving urban air mobility in various parts of the world. So moving towards the final phase is that what are the areas that basically gives out the urban air mobility in the future, and how it can be utilized towards the sustainability is what we talk about here. It's about one, the major aspect is to reduce the traffic congestions, because the major target of using these kind of vehicles is that to bring down what is happening below or on the surface, to reduce the traffic on the surface. And when it comes to the next is about the drones. Using these drones in hazardous areas and in waste management practices would replace the usage of human effort in those particular areas, and they are also prone to a lot of diseases and stuffs which could reduce the which could be greatly reduced by using the drones as well. And when it comes to the alternative fuels, as mentioned earlier, we had a segregation of different kinds of vehicles and what are the different kinds of alternative fuels being exposed and how it is being used. As mentioned earlier, to use an alternative fuel or test an alternative fuel in a bigger aircrafts, which is challenging. But when it comes to these kind of aircrafts or these kind of vehicles, urban air mobility vehicles, it's easier, comparatively easier to test those fuels. And when it comes to a sustainability angle in the manufacturing aspects, as mentioned earlier, as in the case study that we have mentioned, the type of components that goes into the vehicle should also be sustainable, should also be biodegradable, and it should also not pollute the environment. And when it comes to the urban commuting time, that is a major factor or major advantage of using an urban air mobility. And to pay more, that could be the challenge in the initial phases. But then to reduce the commuting time and to reach a particular place in a particular time is also one of the most important angle or future area for the urban mobility. And when it comes to disaster management, as mentioned earlier, the role of drones and the role of this VTOLs or eVTOLs in future during the disasters and military equipments is going to be very much or very huge, because these vehicles they are also being tested on the autonomous upfront. Earlier, when electrical vehicles were starting, electric vehicles had an ambition, had a particular segment of converting them into an autonomous vehicle. The similar aspect or the similar way of manufacturing is being followed by the eVTOL manufacturers also. So to make it unmanned or make it autonomous in the future, we'll have angle towards this military and disaster management to make it even more safer and secure and use it for a noble cause as well. So this is thoughts on the future of urban air mobility and how it will be. So thank you for your time and patience. So I just wanted to finish it off with a particular quote from a Tamil poet, Thiruvalluvar. Okay. Okay. So why? Because both the areas, military and the disaster areas, they come into action when it is not a regular basis, not a regular like air taxis or the shared mobility angle, which happens on a regular basis. But this is like whenever a particular time or whenever a particular need is there, only then this is reacting. That is why. Thank you so much for your time and patience. Thank you for listening.
You want to recite some poem also? Well, that is good, yeah. 2 minutes, get to him, yeah. He's a poet. I am also a poet, so I take, you see, his point. No problem.
It's not actually my point, but then it's a Tamil poet, Thiruvalluvar's stating.
Everybody knows it. Across the world, the people know.
Okay, so it says Noi Nadi, Noi Mudal Nadi, Aditanikum, Vai Nadi, Vai Pachayam. So which means that you need to first identify what is the disease that you've got. Only then the doctor prescribes any kind of medicine that it is to be given to you. Similarly, it can be applied to every part of any part of the top word that we talk about. Today, when we talk about the sustainability angle, first we need to identify at which point are we lagging out, or in which point the sustainability curve is starting, and then identify it and then provide a solution to it. Not rather than talking about the sustainability in a generic perspective, to identify it in a particular way and then to address it in a particular way to give out results better.
You can recite in Tamil also, yeah. What is the problem?
I said in Tamil.
The music, that sound, it makes the waves. Sound, you see, the words are not important, the feelings are important. We have narrated in English, everybody knows. Now in Tamil, let them hear.
So the saying says, Noi Nadi, Noi Mudal Nadi, Aditanikum, Vai Nadi, Vai Pachayam. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Ganikesh Pathasarthi. As he has rightly pointed out, diagnosis is the first step in realizing or accepting there is a problem. And I'm happy that he pointed out that issue. And we believe that this has set a right down in terms of achieving a greater vision towards 2030. End of chapter is just the beginning of the matter. Read on. The best part is always yet to come. I request Sri Vaibhavaram to take over the proceedings for closing ceremony. Since Mr. Tanikesh has invoked Thiruvalluvar, probably I will invoke one another Thiruvalluvar's short story. Nandri Marpal Nandandri. It's never great to forget what has been, what we are indebted to. So, Mr. Vaibhavaji, our beloved Managing Director, please, the stage is yours.
I'm very happy Mr. Praveen removed the timer because everybody else had one. So it's my privilege. I would like to thank you all again for coming. I know October is not the best month to do events because there's so many. We have Defense Expo coming up in a couple of days, so a lot of delegates were there, and just everybody who came in, who flew all the way here, who were there sharing their knowledge, I was not here all the time, but obviously I was able to listen, I was able to see, because we have multiple TVs here and there. So, Baba sir, thank you so much for coming. Goel sir, it's my pleasure that you are here, and I think R.P. Kashyap sir here is there. Sir, thank you so much. I would like everybody to applaud for him, because मैंने बस एक बार सर को कॉल किया कि मुझे इवेंट करना है, एंड लोग बोलते हैं कि सरकारी काम में देर लगता है, बट सर ने अप्रूवल 2 मिनट में दे दिया था. 2 minutes is what it took, right? So thank you so much, sir. I know आप टाइम निकाल के आए हैं, right? And thank you to all the speakers. We have just 2 announcements to make, and we can wrap up for the day. We are going to start up a center of drone excellence. We have called it as CODE, COD. The first one we have successfully done in Mewar University, and it is in collaboration with my friend Mridul's company, Vimana Technologies. I would like to invite Mridul on stage. I would also like to invite Kaisar Alam, and a big round of applause for Kaisar, because he was the one taking care of photos and all your videos today. Kaisar, please. And Shreyash, my good friend, is here, is also part of the drone team, right? So can you just bring the banner? I would also like to call my chairman, Shri Andy Kotwani ji, on the stage. speaking of the next announcement, I think both Baba sir and Goel sir were there in EMRO 1, right? So by nature we have to announce part 2, right? So hereby announce EMRO chapter 2 next April in New Delhi, right? I will let you know about the venue, other details. We are open for speakership options and everything else. So next Delhi, I'll probably see all of you again back there. Atul ji, I am Patna especially. Thank you so much, sir. And I see a lot of Kulkarni sir has flown away all the way from Mumbai. I met him in Thakur Institute of Aviation Technology. Sheer gentleman to share the room with. I see my cousin brother has come all the way. Rupendra Bhaiya, he's from IIM Kashipur. Right. So yes, sir. I was starting from there and down. Yeah, yeah. And sir has come all the way from Mumbai. Yesterday, unfortunately, the audience yesterday was not able to come today due to Defense Expo commitments. They all had to go to Ahmedabad. Yesterday's crowd was majorly ex-Army men, ex-Air Force, ex-Navy. The theme, just to remind the audience, was importance of military education, which is something I remember here Mr. AM Air Marshal Rajiv Sachdev was sitting here, and I still remember his word. He said कि 45 साल हम लोग नौकरी करते हैं फौज में, उसके बाद बाहर जाते हैं जॉब मांगने के लिए, तो हमें पूछा जाता है मॉल के आगे तुम वो शीशा लगा के गाड़ी चेक करोगे क्या? This is what we are valued as, right? And it is very sad, very sad. लोगों को मेजर जनरल और कर्नल में अंतर नहीं पता. They feel very proud. नारे लगाने के लिए तो बहुत अच्छी बात है. But to realize what our armed forces do for us. So that was our theme for day one. We were very lucky to have several Air Vice Marshals and Air Marshals coming in, speaking, telling, educating us about what we should already anyway know, right? And that is where I set up the tone for the next event. I would like to invite Dr. Goel, Ashwini sir, please. All of you are sitting, please come down here. We would like to announce the next chapter of EMR, so please. Yeah. Yes. Sir, please. So before that, I would like to invite R.P. Kashyap sir for his, I don't know, मैं thank कह ही नहीं सकता, इतना support रहा है उनका. Sir, please.
आदरणीय हमारे एक्स जो डीजी साहब भी बैठे हुए हैं, रावत साहब नमस्कार, और श्री वैभव जी आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद एवियाकुल की तरफ से. अभी जो इंडियन एविएशन एकेडमी है, इसमें मैं एज ए डायरेक्टर ऑपरेशंस ट्रेनिंग का काम मैं देख रहा हूँ, और आई एम पोस्टेड फ्रॉम द डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ सिविल एविएशन. तो ये पहली आई थिंक प्रोग्राम है जो हमने प्राइवेट कंपनी का किसी का किया है, एंड वी हैव ओपनड दिस एकेडमी फॉर द फिक्की आल्सो. वी आर गोइंग टू हैव ए मीटिंग विद फिक्की. वी वांट टू हैव दिस एकेडमी ओपन फॉर ऑल एविएशन एक्टिविटी, और इसमें पायलट्स, एयर ट्रैफिक कंट्रोलर्स, कुछ बहुत सारे कोर्सेज हम कराने जा रहे हैं. इस एकेडमी को अभी मतलब वी आर गोइंग टू मेक दिस एकेडमी टू दी मोर इंडस्ट्री फ्रेंडली, जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब का स्वप्न है कि इंडस्ट्री के साथ हमें पार्टनरशिप और कदम से कदम मिला के चलना, सबका साथ सबका विकास के हिसाब से हम चल रहे हैं. अभी जो आपने एक ड्रोन के ऊपर कहा कि ड्रोन एक्सीलेंस सेंटर, क्योंकि मैं पहला डायरेक्टर ऑपरेशंस ड्रोन डीजी से कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं दो शब्द बोलना चाहूँगा कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन है कि ड्रोन में हम ड्रोन हब ऑफ द वर्ल्ड हमारा बनने का टारगेट है बाई 2030. तो इतने यंग यहाँ पर हमारे बच्चे स्टूडेंट्स बैठे हैं, तो ड्रोन में हमारे यहाँ बहुत फ्यूचर है, और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक बहुत अच्छी पॉलिसी ड्रोन रूल 2021 लॉन्च किया है. ड्रोन में काफ़ी ट्रेनिंग सेंटर हमने खोल दिए हैं. भारत सरकार ने 31 ड्रोन ट्रेनिंग सेंटर खोले हैं. ड्रोन में एक PLI स्कीम है जिसमें हमें सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत ड्रोन में आज के टाइम में क्या है कि पार्ट्स की, हम पार्ट्स अभी जो है बहुत कम मैन्युफैक्चर कर पा रहे हैं. जो आपने विमानन कंपनी मिस्टर जैन, आई मेट हिम इन हिमाचल प्रदेश में, मैं उनसे मिला था. तो जो हमारे यंग स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हमारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं, IITs हैं, उनके साथ भी हमने एक मीटिंग की थी कि जो फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर्स हैं, पार्ट्स हैं ड्रोन के, वो यहाँ बने. और अपने टाइम में मैंने बहुत सारी कंपनीज को अप्रिसिएशन लेटर भी दिए हुए हैं बाहर के प्रोजेक्ट लेने के लिए। उन्होंने अफ्रीका और इधर के टेंडर भरने के लिए, मतलब कोई देता नहीं है भारत सरकार में, लेकिन मैंने उन्हें बोला आपने काम किया तो मैंने अपने आप साइन करके दिया हुआ है। तो ये एक आपका अच्छा शुरुआत है, इस तरह की कॉन्फ्रेंस होनी चाहिए और आगे भी हम आपसे आशा करते हैं कि आपका हमारे साथ सहयोग रहेगा। और बाकी जो अदर एविएशन बॉडीज़ हैं जैसे इंडियन वीमेन पायलट एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया, एयर ट्रैफिक कंट्रोलर्स गिल्ड और DGSAC के जो दूसरे प्रोग्राम भी हैं, हम वो यहाँ सभी को परमिशन देने के लिए हम कृतज्ञ हैं। उससे हमें भी फ़ायदा है कि हमें आप लोगों के साथ इंटरेक्शन करने का, नहीं तो 5 to 7, 9:30 to 6 और 7 विजिट इन द ऑफिस, रिमेनिंग ऑफ ई ऑफिस फाइल खेलते हुए, तो हमें भी आपके साथ पता लगता है कि आप कहाँ हैं और हम आपको किस तरह से आपका सहयोग कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि रेगुलेटर का जो काम है वो इंडस्ट्री को आगे बढ़ाना है, पॉलिसी बनाना हमारा काम है। पॉलिसी कैसे बनेगी, देश को में कैसे आगे बढ़ाना, वो इनपुट एक दूसरे के साथ बैठ के शेयर हो। तो इसी के साथ मेरा बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आप सभी को नमस्कार।
You see, it is a nice occasion that director of the academy is here. I would like to tell him one thing. Professor Sahab, आपसे मुखातिब एक बात. When I was director here, I conceptualized an idea for an award, Best Air Hostess Award and Best Pilot Award. Unfortunately, I had the team of all airlines HR heads with me. So after my retirement, it could not follow further. I talked to Weber, and they are stakeholders from the aviation industry. You see, without money, without sponsors, nothing works out. Airlines were with me, and they will be with me again. I need support from the director also. This is my idea that it is on paper, on record with the chairman approval and all. So kindly coordinate with Weber so that what a founder director of this campus has initiated, you should be able to crystallize my dream. Thank you.
Finally, I would just like to unveil the poster of the next edition of EMRO. Finally, सबसे पीछे विशाल जी बैठे हुए हैं. So nothing in aviation is possible without him. We would like to, we are very proud to call aviation world as our media partner, which always will be in the upcoming future, no matter what the number of events. I would like to call Vishal Kashyap ji to come here and give the concluding remarks. I think I've spoken a lot. Please, Vishal ji.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to say that I met Vaibhav around 7 to 8 months back, and we were discussing about AVIAKUL project. And that time I found this Vaibhav very having lot many plans that we discussed. And today I am so happy to see that AVIAKUL has done this kind of event. Thanks to all the delegates, thanks to AVIAKUL team, thanks to Mr. Andy Kotwani and thanks to Rama for giving me this opportunity. And we are so happy and blessed to be media partner of this event. Thank you.
Since there was a lot of thank you, I don't think so I should start with the thank you. Now we come to the formal closure of the ceremony. High tea is being served in the same lunch area. I would request all of you to have it. And personally thank everyone from the bottom of my heart to encourage us in.
Welcome to STV National. At right now with us Ashwini Sharma ji, Edgeware Steel Learning Systems Private Limited. Hi sir, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Sir, how do you feel come to this GSAC?
I feel very happy coming here because after COVID, this is the first conference I am doing face to face. Earlier, we were doing only webinars, and I have been doing conferences for many years now. And this particular conference was of very particular interest to me because of the theme is sustainability. Now, we are all worried about the environment, pollution, which is bringing a lot of problems to the mankind. So, sustainability in any form, in any shape is very important, and in aviation we are working towards sustainability. I am an aviation person, last 46 years I am in aviation, so I am very happy to be part of this conclave where we are looking after the aviation sustainability.
Sir, now in India, what about the aviation industry?
Aviation industry in India is the fastest growing industry among all sectors. It is the fastest growing, double digit growth is going to take place. But along with aviation fastest growing, the pollution is also happening at the same rate. So we have to strike a balance between polluting the atmosphere and growth. So, and in India, we are very lucky that our Honorable Prime Minister, he's given 3 R's to the industry, that we should reuse, reinvent, repair, rather than going in for new. So that way we can look after the environment, at the same time we can do progress.
Sir, what about the in 1990 CO2 carbon monoxide uses and reduce the aviation industry? How can it?
It can happen with the sense that the aircraft manufacturers are making aircraft engines which pollute less and less, and because of that the carbon dioxide footprint is reducing. And also the in India so far Government of India has not put any rules that if you are generating so much of carbon, you have to offset it by planting trees or by taking measures to not to harm the environment. But very soon that rules are also going to come. So then what will happen, anybody who is polluting will also have to plant some trees so that to balance out the pollution. So we are going to have that very soon.
Is there any technical mechanisms, same engine they are using?
There is the only way, which I said in my lecture also, is by using either electric propulsion, but there also some pollution takes place somewhere else. Also the waste fuels generated from the waste products, hydrogen propulsion, all these are there, but it will take time. The industry at the moment, the industry in India, technology is not there that we can start using them. It is going to take time, but it will happen.
Sir, can you predict what is the next generation technology?
Next generation technology with no pollution at all is hydrogen propulsion only, because the only waste of that technology is water. When you only water is the only waste product, so which does not harm the environment. So that is the best we can have. Otherwise, we can have from some plants. Jatropha is one which, but then somebody said in the lecture today that it took them 6 months to prepare 500 liters of that fuel. So if you have 500 liters, you take 6 months. You can imagine if you need tons of fuel which is required for flying from Bombay to New York on an aircraft, 135 tons of fuel is required. To produce that, it will take millions of years, so that is not possible at the moment. So hydrogen propulsion, when it becomes reality, is the only viable thing.
And what industry needs?
Industry needs people to come up with ideas. Our late President APJ Abdul Kalam, he used to tell in all his lectures to the young students, please don't stop dreaming. Dream about something. So I am sure somebody, some Indian will dream of such a thing which will then produce something, then there won't be any pollution, but you can also travel.
Sir, are you in 60 years in aviation field? How do you feel?
Well, I feel satisfied that aviation has given me everything, name, fame, money, everything aviation has given me, and now it is, I feel it is my responsibility to give back to the industry which has given me everything. So that is what I am doing. When I attend these conferences, I go and speak to students, I give lectures in colleges, in schools, AME institutes, and I am giving back to the industry.
Sir, what's your memorable moments and achievements in this industry?
Achievements in the sense I rose to the highest position in my business. I have certified thousands of aircraft in my career, and one big achievement is that no aircraft has met with any accident which I have certified, so which is a great achievement.
Wow, nice sir.
Thank you.
Thank you sir. Welcome to STU National. At right now with us Andy Kotwani. He is the chairman for AVIAKUL group of companies, Mashco Russian Foundation. Hi sir.
Hello.
Welcome to STV National.
Thank you for inviting.
Sir, tell me about AVIAKUL.
As you know, AVIAKUL. So Avia is about aviation and Kul is about school. So we are everything about aviation learning. If you want to have knowledge or gain knowledge, want to become a commercial pilot, private pilot, so we are right here. We are coming up with drones. So we are launching our new product, which is a drone. So again, it's flying high up in the sky. Again, it has to do with aviation. So we are connected all about sky and aviation.
It's AVIAKUL is a training industry.
Yes, it's a training program where you can have all your training programs for becoming a commercial pilot and a private pilot, where you can get training from theory classes to flying classes. So you get all and you get a certified DGCA license pilot, the final pilots, you get the license as well.
What is outreach in AVIAKUL in India?
We are pretty young company. We have just started 2 years back, but I would like to tell you we have already gained a lot of grounds, and we have been already giving we have got more than 100 students who have enrolled for our commercial pilot and private pilot school. So I would like to tell you it's going great, it's going fine.
Sir, what is the relations between Russia and India?
India and Russia, it's only one relation. Hindi, Rusi, bhai bhai. It's Indian Russians, they both are brothers. So this is what I can tell you. We have got sweeter relation, a relation of a elder brother. We always say Russia as our elder brother because they have been supporting us always. It has never been that they have not supported us. So I would like to give Russia an upper hand and tell them elder brother.
Great. And what is the key activities in AVIAKUL outreach?
See, we would like to give awareness in aviation industry what is really happening, what we are lacking, and we have been organizing many conclaves. This was our second conclave, and I think we had sustainability in aviation. We were talking about how to like green gases, green technologies. So we have been trying to give as much information with our co-partners who have been helping us to get this word of mouth back in India.
Sir, can you tell me the second edition of this GSAC?
See, this we had a 2 days program. The first day was about military education. and the second was our global sustainable aviation. So we were talking how first of all we came together, all the industry experts were here who were sharing the knowledge for this event. And again, when we say sustainability, definitely aviation needs this, and we are trying to get the things all together and bringing it up to our audience and our Indian people here.
This aviation industry is the top class industry.
See, as of now, there are many programs which have been launched by Indian government. The recent program is of UDAN. UDAN is all about regional connectivity. More than 200 small airports are being built up, and a short distance flight would be arranged, and so there is so much happening that people are going to fly. People who have been traveling railways or roadways. So there are things like a small connectivity helps them, to have a shorter distance of a 5-7 hour roads, 6 hour roads also can be taken through flights. That's what regional connectivity is all about. So this is going to create a big market, and here is AVIAKUL giving commercial and private licenses for the pilots. So this is where we play a big role here.
Excellent, excellent, sir. And what is the growth ratio for the aviation industry?
It's multi-folds. You cannot really estimate. The things are going. It's all about space. I would like to tell you. Back in our body, we say we have got 5 parts. The top part is your head, and head is related to sky, or your thoughts and your minds. It's all up. So same with aviation. There is no end. It's a huge. If I say multi-folds is very small, it has got no end. It's a very big. It's just the beginning now.
Sir, just now you launched one Code 3, one drone company. Tell me about that one.
See, this is a training drone. It's a pilot training drone. So people who want to become a drone pilot, this is what we have launched. We with the Mewar Institute have already opened up our first drone school. So here we are going to make drone pilots. So this is our first project which we have come upon.
What is the AVIAKUL success ratio?
See, we have just started, and this is the first school which we have opened. But I would like to tell you, it's in big demand. It's going to again grow, and the second one which we are going to announce very soon, our second school. So I would like to tell you, it's a prospective, a good prospect.
Is there any gap between the aviation industry and the government?
No, I think in fact the government is supporting, is trying to give as much support needed. Today's event, it was in association with DGCA, and thanks to Indian Aviation Institute, which also were our partners, and they had organized this auditorium, this place for this conclave. So I would like to say you that nothing is like this. If we are giving them new know-hows and knowledge, but without their support, we are not moving further. So everything is going hand to hand.
Great, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to.
It's called as smart airport systems. So the smart airport systems are those which are like, mainly we see a lot of the smart airport technology in the passenger front. So the smart airport technology which we have brought it from France is something like on the employee front. So, and employee front also there are many, but then our differentiation is it focuses mainly on integrating various divisions into one platform of an airport. So that way it makes all the departments and their modus operandi of functioning every day is very easy, and it helps a lot to mitigate the risks, hazards, identify them. So that is about the smart airport systems which we are developing in association with a French company called E4Set. And the other one is we also have latest technology updation into the software, which is on global reporting format of runway condition report. It works on the principle of put and get. Employees or the airside employees, whoever do the airside personnel, whoever do the inspection, they just have to put the data and they get the final runway condition report with all the compliance of International Civil Aviation Organization. So this is about the software which we are working upon in order to, and nowadays we are also listening something called airport in a box. So this not just integrates various parts of the or various divisions of an airport, but also now we see a lot of these conglomerates having 6, 7, 8 airports under their ownership. All these airports functioning also can be integrated into one dashboard, and from one place the operations of all the airports can be monitored. That is about our software.
Is it using in big airports or small airports?
We have right now given it to Cochin International Airport. It's being given there. Right now I can't tell you, but we are in discussion with one of the busiest airport in the country. Hopefully it is going to get there.
Yeah. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. At right now with us Mrudul Jain ji hai. He is the CEO of Vimana Aerospace Technologies. Hi sir, how are you?
Hi, I'm very good.
Sir, can you tell me about your product?
Yeah, so basically we are a drone manufacturing company. We started this company with a vision to manufacture components of drones in India. As you are aware, the components of drones are getting imported from China or some other countries. So we have some dependency on these countries regarding the parts. So we want to unfasten that dependency and manufacture components of drones in India, so as all the drone manufacturers, service providers or training institutes, they get benefit from this. They don't have to be dependent on these countries to get the parts. Then our aim is to educate students on drone technology. So we have created this frame. This frame is completely made in India. We were importing it for the past 12 years. So India was importing it, but now we have manufactured it completely in India, and we are the first company to do so. So our target is to train at least 1000 students by the end of 2023 on drone technology. So we have more students participating in the aerospace and defense sector, so that as a whole our country can grow, as a whole our nation can grow in this technology. So this is what we aim
You
to.
are in drone training sector.
Yes. So we are dealing in drone training sector. Plus our R&D team, they have created a drone for agriculture sector also. So in partnership with AVIAKUL, we are working on agriculture drones. So for spraying of fertilizers, pesticides, we are using that drone. So that drone can spray in 10 minutes 1 acre of area. So 1 acre area it can cover.
What is it drone?
So this drone is particularly for RPTOs, so for remote pilot training organizations. Students can get training on how to fly a drone. So this is similar to what we have driving schools for car. So similarly, the driving schools for drone, they can teach drone flying on these kind of drones. So this is controlled by using these two controllers we have. So one is with the master system and other is slave system. So this is the way a teacher can teach students how to fly a drone, and as per the safety part, so we have included auto landing. So in case of loss of communication, the drone can come back to the home position and land itself. Also in case of low battery, the drone can come back to the home position. So these are some of the safety features which we have included in the drone.
Yeah, this is called Jatayu.
Yeah, this is Jatayu 1.0. The name of the drone is Jatayu 1.0. So we can also attach payloads if you want to attach a mapping payload or a surveillance payload. So you can attach to the drone. The drone has capacity to lift up to 2 kgs.
At right now with us Mr. Vaibhav Varun. He is the MD of AVIAKUL. Hi sir, how are you?
Hello sir, all good. How are you?
I'm very good. Sir, can you tell me about the AVIAKUL?
So sir, basically we are into many things, 3 major departments. The word AVIAKUL is amalgamation of 2 words, aviation and Gurukul. So when you combine aviation and Gurukul, you make AVIAKUL, right? We do commercial pilot training, we do drone training, we do private pilot training. We do events like this. We participate in technology transfer. Majorly, we are working with Russia and CIS countries at the moment, so that's our work profile.
Okay. How is the training sector in India?
Training sector of aviation.
Aviation.
So I think India is doing a fabulous job. We are having so many training institutes, pilot training institute, drone training institutes. The government has been very supportive. They have kicked up the clearance procedure very fast, and everything is electronic these days. So those earlier the applications used to be manually submitted to DGC, and now everything is online. So I think training scene looks really good. Yeah.
What is the key points of the AVIAKUL?
So number one, we need to make up a self-sustained aviation ecosystem in India. That is the basic idea. So what happens that you have got flying clubs, you have got engineering schools, you have got industry, you have got bureaucracy. There is no place for all of them to come together, right? And that is what we are aiming at a larger vision. So for example, if we do conferences like this, the idea is to bring everybody together. So majorly in aviation conclaves, you will not see, for example, a lot of student participation, but we allow student participation, no matter how young they are, because the younger they are, the easier for them is to be fascinated.
Yes.
Right? Yes.
Last 2 days, how do you feel the event?
Oh, event was great. I was not. I was so tired. But anyway, the very first day of event was done in collaboration with a company called Metamorphs. Right? It's been founded by ex-Army man, ex-Air Force, ex-Navy, with the agenda of telling people about military education. Now, it's very sad that sometimes people don't know the difference between a colonel and a major general. Yeah. Right? So everybody talks in their home that soldiers are dying at the border. Everything's, yes, it is true. But at the same time, what is your knowledge about military education? What is my knowledge about military education? That was the first day agenda, right? We spoke about what startups can do for military. How can Indian civil space contribute to Indian military? That is something that is happening. The private companies are being allowed to make for defense right now. Second day, that is the day today, we have Global Sustainable Aviation Conclave, right? As the name suggests, we are trying to discuss what has been established already in aviation sustainability so far, right? How the airports have become greener from times ago, let's say 20 years ago or 30 years ago. What more is to be done? That was the agenda.
What is the minute to minute in these 2-day sections?
So minute to minute, well, yesterday our chief guest was Air Marshal Rajiv Sachdeva. He started the event with the keynote address, and the entire team of Metamorphs, Ashwini Puri ji, Colonel K.V. Kuber, and they had their own topics, panel discussions, right? Second day, as we speak about today, we had eminent guests like Dr. Devakar Goel, who was also the head of this venue where we are standing, Indian Aviation Academy, the ex-head, establishing head. And we had Mr. G.S. Bawa, we had Bhargava, Mr. Bhargava flew all the way from Lucknow to here. People came in from different walks of life, they had their own ideas. Somebody spoke about greenfield airports, somebody spoke about how the fuels can be saved, how the fuels can become more greener in the future. Somebody spoke about urban air mobility, somebody spoke about electric vehicles. At the same time, what was more interesting today was the kind of questions that were raised by audience, especially the children.
Wow.
Right? So children were inquisitive enough to ask that, yes, there are electric vehicles, but if the charger for electric vehicle gets the energy from fossil fuels, then where is the electric vehicle? Where is the actual sustainability that you're talking about? So these are the kind of in-depth questions that were raised by the children.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there any gap between the industry and the academia?
I think, see, they both go together. In general, they both go together. Obviously, because industry takes its experts from academia. But what I really want to convey here is what industry gives back to academia. Because ultimately, academia is doing this one-way job when it is preparing students for the future, future workforce, and industry is taking. But then again, when the industry grows, they have to go back to the academia. They have to make sure that the academia is upgraded, because a lot of times, even in schools, children are learning what things that were all.
Hi sir, how are you? Very well. At right now with us Mr. Varun Vijay Singh ji hai. Hi sir. Hello. Sir, can you brief me about this GSAC?
This is a great organization which has brought up a very good topic of sustainability. They have brought together this expert group to talk about such important topics of sustainability in aviation. And looking from what we see, the future is great. And the forum held by GSAC was wonderful, and the stalwarts which spoke about the pertinent issues of how we can get sustainable as per Prime Minister Modi's outlook for a green and clean India by 2030.
And how do you measure this conclave?
I think this is one of the best conclaves I've been to. And I was contacted by them to be able to speak here, and I read about them, and they are one of the good organizations to speak with, and that's why I came and spoke.
Sir, we heard you are the specialist in jet, fight jets and all that.
Yes, yes.
Can you tell me about that thing?
Yes, I have a background in aerospace and defense, and for the last 10 years I was working for a Swedish defense company called Saab, where we were trying to sell the Gripen fighter jet in India. So I have worked a lot with defense people and the Army, the Air Force and the Navy. So I have a lot of good background in all things which are defense as well in civil aviation as well.
Sir, at right now, is it a profitable industry for the aerospace industry?
Well, that's a great question. Profitability right now, I don't think any of the, or maybe one of the airlines are profitable. But the airline business is a long-term game. It will finally become profitable after a while. And because we have so much potential in India, with only 3% of the population flying, there is only a lot of profits to be made for all of these companies. And as you see, there are more companies from abroad coming in to open airlines here, like AirAsia, Singapore Airlines. So you can see that there is good business perspective, and it will only get better in the future.
Sir, in this industry, have some vacuum.
There is some vacuum, and that is mostly in some of the regions in India where we lack the infrastructure to connect them to major cities like Delhi. So, for example, in the northeast, there are very few airports there. So, people having to fly, they have to fly down. They have to drive down for many hours, sometimes days, to take a flight to come to the metros, and even the flight costing is still expensive. So that's why most of the people can't fly in India. So we need more competition. We need more airlines to come into India to reduce the costing. We need more support from the government. We need a better framework. So yes, there's a lot of things that can be done.
Is this a government can do anything?
Yes, the government can always work on subsidies and can always help with better policies and better frameworks going forward. Having that said, the government has done a lot for the Indian industry, aviation industry. For example, the Udan scheme, where they're trying to connect all these small places to the metros in India. They're giving a lot of concessions for flights to go there, as well as building airports at far-flung places.
Sir, in this industry, can introduce any startups like this?
I don't know the name of these startups, but there are a lot of these drone manufacturers as well as electric battery companies which are coming up. One such company, the name is Praveg, is based out of Bangalore. They have made their batteries in-house, and I think that the government and the aviation airline companies should look internally within India to buy components for a Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign, and batteries made in India can be available at companies such as Praveg in Bangalore.